와, 반갑습니다. 와, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 와, 반갑습니다. 와, 반갑습니다. 와, 반갑습니다. 뭐야? 화면이 바뀌었어. 가만히 아무것도 안 했는데, 게임 시작도 안 했는데. 공주의 모습이 좀 이상한데? 와, 반갑습니다. 공주를 구하는 얘기는 우리 동화나 판타지의 영원한 클리셰, 영원한 소리죠. 저도 공주 구하는 스토리 참 좋아하는데요. 와, 반갑습니다. 공주 구하는 스토리 중에 제일 독특했던 거는 이용도 작가가 썼던 제목이 뭐더라? 공주를 구하는 스토리인데 또 이용도 작가만의 독특한 변형을 가한 스토리가 있었던 것 같군요. 애소리의 드래곤이었나요? 와, 반갑습니다. 예전에 네이버에서 연재할 땐가? 뭐 그때 읽어본 것 같은데 지금 책으로 나왔겠지. 근데 그 작품도 독특했는데 이 작품은 아예 공주를 죽이라고 하네요. 도발적이군. 공주를 구하라도 아니고 공주를 죽여라. 과연 어떤 게임인지 한번 해보죠. 챕터 1 The Hero and the Princess. 여운과 공주.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
뭐야, 더빙도 있어. 무려 더빙을 기대하진 못했는데 인디게임에서 나름 나레이터의 더빙이 있네. 숲길을 가고 있는데 숲길 끝에 오두막이 있다. 오두막 지하에 공주가 있다.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
뭐야? 당신은 공주를 죽이기 위해 여기 있다. 공주를 죽이지 않으면 세상이 종말한다? 벌써 흥미로워. 합격. 공주를 죽이지 않으면 세상이 멸망한다라. 그럼 가서 죽여야 되네? 아, 죽이면 안 되나? 죽여야 되나? 죽이면 안 되나? 공주냐 세상이냐? 아, 무슨 나를 고민에 빠뜨리게 하는구나. 뭐야, 선택지가 있어? 선택지가 근데 왜 이렇게 많아? 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉, 열하나. 와, 반갑습니다. 선택지가 11야. Explore the end of the world? What are you talking about? 세상의 종말이라고? 무슨 소리를 하는 거야? 세상이 종말하는 이유가 그녀가 애당초 갇혀있기 때문이라고 생각을 안 해봤니? 2번 3번 그래도 공주를 죽이는 건 나쁜 일이 아니니? 4번 다른 사람이 하면 안 되겠니? 5번 난 하지 않을 거야. 그건 잊어. 6번 6번도 웃기네. 난 세상이 종말하는 것에 오케이라는 걸 생각을 못 해봤니? 난 세상이 종말해도 괜찮은데 왜? 그게 뭐 어때서? 아 이건 공주를 죽이고 세상을 구하는 임무도 잘 골라야겠구나. 어디 허무주의자를 고르면 안 되는구나. 세상이 종말한다고? 난 좋아. 이런 애를 보내면 안 되네 이거. 이 일을 해서 내게 보상이 있니? 이건 실용주의자네. 오케이. Thanks for the tell me what to do. Sweet. I already wanted a monarch. 빌라라 레볼루션. 아싸! 나는 이런 군주정을 제거하기를 원했다. 혁명을 위하여. 모가지를 따기를 원했나봐 공주에. 그저 조용히 오두막으로 향한다. 돌아서서 떠난다. 돌아서서 떠나면 어떻게 되는데 그러면? 세상이 종말하나? 하나라는 리뷰 되게 유혹적인데? 돌아서서 떠나봐.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
진짜 떠날 거냐고 하네. 오케이, fine. 그렇다면 가보자. 오케이, fine. I'll go to the cabin. Lie. Yes. 거짓말. I definitely know where I'm going. 난 어디로 간지 내가 분명 안다. 거짓말. Nope. 모르는데. 선택지가 한 번 고를 때도 엄청 많다. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. 안 갈 거란 얘기고. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. 나는 세상이 종말하는 거에 꽤 오케이야. 그러니 난 반대쪽으로 가겠다. Quietly continue down the pathway from the cabin. Nope, 난 모른다라고 해보자.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
이거 반대로 적극적으로 갔어야 되는 건데 그러면 차라리. 모른다고 했더니 그냥 앞으로 가네.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
나레이터 누구야? 보이스 오브 더 히어로? 영웅의 목소리? 우리가 요청받은 일이 잘못됐다는 건 아는데 좋은 일이 아니라는 건.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
잠깐만. 나레이터와 목소리와 영웅의 목소리가 다르네? 나레이터는 그 목소리를 듣지 마라. 걔는 지금 뭔 말하는지 모른다.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
이상한 일이지. 이 길조차도 결국 오두막으로 이어졌어. 결국 이 길로 다 이어지는 것 같다. 어쩌면 아직 세상이 구원될 가능성이 있을까? Turn around again and live again. 나는 거부하겠어. 여전히. 돌아서겠어. 세상 멸망하라지.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
네가 이 일을 하지 않으면 모두가 죽는다. 모두가 영원히 죽는다. 날 감정적으로 협박하지 마.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
협박이 아니다. 사실이다. 네가 조금이라도 어른스럽다면 이해할 것이다. 삶의 사실이다.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
결국 돌아섰어.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
아, 결국 길은 다시 이쪽으로 이어진다. 마치 유니버스가 공주와의 운명적인 조우를 계속 이끄는 것 같다. 아, 좋아.
There's always a choice. But let me tell you right now that you're making the correct decision for pretty much everyone.
언제나 선택이 있다. 나에게 선택권이 없는 거 아니야? 이랬더니 거의 모두를 위한 올바른 결정을 내린 것이다.
We can't just go through with this and listen to him. She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
어? 이건 또 영웅의 목소리인데? 그녀는 공주다. 우리는 이 공주를 구하려는 거지 죽이려는 게 아니다. 이건 다른 사람의 목소리야. 내면의 목소리인가 혹시? 일단 우두바로 들어가 봐.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
되게 휑한데 가구가 하나 있고 여기에 단도가 하나 놓여 있어.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Blade is your implement. 이게 내가 살인 도구인가 본데? 이걸로 공주를 죽여라. 아, 근데 그냥 들어가는 게 있어? Enter the basement. 아, 이것도 고민되게 하네. 와, 반갑습니다. 주사위 안 굴려지나? 글쎄, 주사위 꺼졌나? 아, 일단 칼 빼들어봐. 그러면
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
칼 없이는 공주를 구하기가 어렵다. 아니, 공주를 죽이고 세상을 구하기가 어렵다. 지하로 가봐.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
억압적인 공기가 느껴지고 있어. 공주가 여기서 진짜로 살고 그녀를 죽이는 게 오히려 그녀에게 도움이 되는 일이다.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
그녀의 목소리가 들려.
Who's there?
공주 목소리도 있네.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
그녀의 목소리가 위험해 보여. 마치 그녀가 여기를 지배하고 있는 것처럼.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
속지 마라. 아, 어떤 조작술의 일환이다. Hi. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you. 내가 너를 죽이러 온 것 같은데. Hi라고 하자. 명랑하게.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Come on down. 되게 반겨주는데.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
왜 갇혀 있는 걸까? 그리고 팔에 체인이 묶여 있네.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
영웅의 목소리야. 아씨, 되게 예쁘네. 정말 공주가 세상의 위협일까? 의심하기 시작했어.
Focus on the task at hand.
나레이터는 임무에 집중해라 라고 하고 있다.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
날 죽이러 온 거냐? What? No way. Why would you even think that? 아니요? 1번. Okay, yeah. You called me. I'm here to say. 여기로 왔는데요. 반갑습니다. No. I haven't decided. 아직 결정 못했는데요. 얘기하러 왔어요. Steal your nerves and step forward. 단호하게 죽이러 간다는 건가 이건? 아니요. No way.
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
근데 손에 칼을 들고 안 죽이러 왔는데요 라는 게 좀 설득력이 없구나.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
누가 칼든 애랑 대화를 하고 싶겠니? 칼을 떨어뜨려 놔야 된다.
Don't you dare.
감히 그러지 마라. 나레이터는.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
영웅의 목소리는 괜찮다. 말한 다음에 결정해도 되지 않냐. 아무 죄도 없이 죽이면 그런 건 우리의 방식이 아니다. 드랍잇. 타이튼 여 그립. 드랍. 반갑습니다. 칼 내려놔봐.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
땡큐. 그럼 이제 얘기를 해볼까?
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
무장하지 않은 채로 대면했어.
We'll be fine.
우린 괜찮을 거야.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
그녀 얘기를 들을 때가 아닌데 나레이터는 칼이 있다는 거 어쨌든 잊지 말아라. 그게 필요할 테니까. 그녀의 이유를 듣지 말아라라는 거야 나레이터는.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
이 얼마나 어색한 관계 시작인가. 반갑습니다. Relationship? Are you coming on to me? Yeah, it's pretty awkward. How would I get you out of here? 네가 세상을 종말시킨다고 해서 왔어.
Don't just tell her that.
나레이터. 야씨 그거 얘기하면 어떡해. 라는. 말하지 말.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
나는 세상을 좋아한대.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
근데 잘 기억이 안 난다 솔직히. 여기 갇혀 있는 지 오래됐다.
Just how long has she been down here?
얼마나 오래 갇혀 있었는데.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
공주 말도 일리가 있네. 내가 세상을 종말시킬 능력 있으면 애당초 내가 여기 왜 갇혀 있겠니? 이러네. 왜 내가 위험한지 걔네들이 얘기해줬니? What are you going to do if I let you out of here? 내가 여기서 너를 꺼내주면 너 뭐라 할 거니?
Princess hesitates before responding.
대답하기 전에 주저했다.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
그녀 자신도 모른다. 하도 오래 갇혀 있어서. 훈련하면 뭐라 해야 될지.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
나레이터는 그녀는 자기가 뭘 해야 되는지 알고 있다. 이제 네가 듣고 싶은 얘기를 해주려고 하고 있다.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
나를 죽이라고 보낸 애가 이유를 말해주지 않았다 너한테.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
그건 올바른 일이 아닌 것 같다.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
그녀의 말이 일리가 있다. 이 상황에 질문을 던져볼 만한 이유가 있다.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
내가 나가서 뭘 하고 싶은지는 얼마든지 네가 듣고 싶은 얘기들을 해줄 수 있다. 뭐 좋은 일을 하겠다 이런 얘기를 포함해서.
But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
근데 너는 날 잘 모르니까 이런 상황에서 내 말이 무슨 가치가 있겠니?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
나레이터. 그녀가 하나 올바른 말을 했다면 그녀의 말은 아무 가치가 없다는 것이다.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust.
결국 우리 관계는 신뢰의 문제다. 맹목적 신뢰의 문제다.
So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
나를 믿을 것이냐? 나 죄수이자 희생 피해자이자 분명히 세상을 종말시킬 수 없는 공주이자 그 나를 믿을 것이냐? 아니면 나를 여기 가둔 애를 믿을 것이냐?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
그녀는 틀렸다. 이것은 신뢰의 문제가 아니다. 이것은 리스크의 문제다. 우리는 모든 것을 잃을 위험에 처해 있다. 한 사람 때문에. 릴레이션십. Are you coming on to me는 나한테 들이대고 있는 거냐? 뭐 이런 뜻인가? 모나크를 subjugate 예속시키는 것의 문제다. How would I get you out of here? What's your name? 그래 이름부터 물어보자. 이름이 뭐냐 너?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
로얄 하이니스, 마제스티 그렇게 취급할 수 있다 나를.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
자기를 뭐 공주를 지칭하는 그 높은 그 직위 같은 거 얘기하고 이름을 얘기를 안 하는데 구체적으로 여기 얼마나 오래 같이 있었니?
Too long.
내가 너를 여기서 어떻게 꺼내줄 수 있지?
You can't. Don't bother.
나레이터, 너는 그럴 수 없다.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't...
주위에 열쇠가 있거나
Well, we can always put that knife to good use.
칼을 이용하거나.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
뭘 생각하고 있는데 칼로 이거를 끊을 수가 있어?
She is. I'm sure of it.
뭘? 니들 지금 뭘 떠올리고 있는 거야 칼로? 릴레이션십? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
너 뭐 나한테 들이대고 있니? 이런 식으로 물은 것 같지? 우린 정의상 이미 관계를 맺은 거다. 우린 만났으니까. 좋아, 말은 그런 충분했어.
Have you decided what to do with me?
결정했니?
You know why you're here.
공주를 바로 죽인다. I'm going to keep you locked away down here. 그냥 가두게 한다. Keep her locked away. Examine the chains. 체인을 조사한다. Slay the princess. 공주를 죽인다. 체인을 조사해봐.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
나레터가 싫어한다.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
너무 크고 무거워. 너무
If you
단단해.
don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
열쇠를 찾아봐야 된다.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
나레트 의심스럽다. 공주를 가둔 자는 그녀가 다시는 빛을 못 보게 하게 되었다. 그러니 이 오두막 어딘가에 열쇠를 놔뒀을 리가 없다. 열쇠가 없다면 어떻게 다른 방법이 있니?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
그 아까 서로 떠올린 게 그거구나. That would be fine. I can lose an arm. 열쇠가 없으면 칼로 팔을 자르겠다 이거네. 팔을 잘라서라도 탈출하겠다. 이거는 그 공포영화 유명한 공포영화의 솔루션인데. 소우의 솔루션 아니야.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance.
마치 아무렇지도 않다는 시 얘기를 했어.
If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
여우의 목소리는 오래 갇혀있다 보면 그럴 법하다라고 옹호를 하는데 그렇게 태어날 수가 있다. 자유를 얻을 수만 있다면.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
어? 지하에서 그래서 나가보려고 했는데 계단의 끝에 있는 문이 닫혔어. 그리고 잠기는 소리가 들리네.
Someone else here?
다른 사람이 있었어? Hey, let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
아무 소리도 안 들려.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
나레이터, 너는 공주를 죽이기에 있는 것이다. 임무를 끝내기 전까지 넌 떠날 수 없을 것이다. 문을 열으려고 시도해봐.
Try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
밖에서 잠겨 있어.
I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
임무를 너가 완수하기 전까지 떠날 수가 없다. 그럼 다시 계단 밑으로 내려간다.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
예상대로 그냥 공주를 죽였으면 훨씬 쉬웠을 것이야 일이.
Easier for whom?
누구를 위해서 일이 쉬웠을 거라는 거야.
Easier for everyone.
모두를 위해서 일이 쉬웠을 거라는 거다.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
문을 잠근 자가 누구야?
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
칼을 꺼내서 팔을 잘라서 자기를 여기서 탈출시켜달라?
You won't like what happens if you do that.
그렇게 하면 벌어질 일을 네가 좋아하지 않을 것이다. 이제 딱 두 가지 선택지가 나왔네. Save the Princess와 Slay the Princess. 공주를 구해봐.
Against a better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
와, 무슨 관우세요? 관우의 딸인가? 관우도 이 정도는 아니겠다. 뼈가 보이고 있어. 아, 이게 공포게임은 공포게임이구나 이거. 이런 점에서. 뭐야, 반갑습니다. 팔을 잘라서 탈출시킨다.
You cut
아,
her flesh.
이 소리 뭐야 대체.
The blade is sharp and you make quick work of it. Before long you're able to crack through bone and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
아, 자르고 나니까 공주가 알아서 자기 팔을 그냥 뜯어냈어.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
비명조차 지르지 않았어. 관우도 이 정도까지는 안 될 것 같은데.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
풀려난 공주가 나의 얼굴을 보더니 날카로운 눈빛으로 내 눈을 쳐다보았다.
How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
팔을 잃었는데도 어떻게 이렇게 태어내? 아무렇지도 않은 듯.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
땡큐. 고맙대. 이제 여기서 나가지. 와, 반갑습니다. 그래, 나가보자.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
응? 너무 위험하다. 너는 그녀를 세상으로 내보내면 안 된다. 내보낼 수 없다. 그럴 수 없다. 아니, 내가 그녀를 세상으로 내보낼 수 없다. 이 나레이트 누구야?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
어? 나레이터와 영어의 목소리 둘 다 우리 주인공 내면의 두 목소리인가 보지? 외부의 인물이 아니라? 공주가 계단 밑에 도달했을 때 앞으로 가서 칼을 들어올렸다.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
하지만 영웅의 목소리는 그건 공정하지 않다. 그러면 안 된다.
Watch me.
날 지켜봐. 나레이터가 나 자신이었네. 영웅의 목소리도 나 자신이고. 아, 슬레이 더 프린세스 칼로 찌른다. 쭉 있고 경고한다 하나 있네. 경고한다.
Stop that.
그러지 마.
I thought this was a little too easy.
이게 되게 쉬울 거라고 생각했지.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
공주가 알아채고 피했어.
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
나레이터, 나한테 정하지 마. 내가 너를 지금 살아서 나가게 하려는 거란 말이야. 아, 저항해. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
칼을 움직여.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
넌 나를 지금 도우려고 최선을 다하고 있구나. 네 눈에 갈등이 보여.
I'll make this quick.
내가 그걸 빠르게 해주지.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
그녀가 앞으로 오더니 나의 손에서 칼을 빼냈어.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
어쩌면 너를 다른 사람에서 보게 될지 모르지. 잠깐! 우리 주인공의 손은 왜 저 모양이야? 주인공 어떻게 된 거야? 공주를 괴롭히는 괴물이었나?
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
아, 공주가 날 죽였네. 거의 외과적인 정확성으로 목을 그었다.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
난 목이 잘려버렸어. 널 무심하게 지켜보고 있다.
This is the end, isn't it?
이것이 끝인가?
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
모든 게 깜깜해지고 죽었어. 그것이 가치가 있었을까? 챕터 2, The Prisoner. 뭐야, 게임이 안 끝났어?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
다시 처음에 그 나레이션인데 숲에 있는데 그 끝에 오두막이 있다.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
너는 여기 공주를 죽이기 왔다. 죽이지 않으면 세상에 종말이 닥친다. 이게 내 목소리인데. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. 대사가 좀 바뀐다. 완전 데자뷰를 느끼는데.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
아니, 이번에 우리 둘 다 처음이야.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
아, 회의의 목소리. 지난번에 그가 했던 걸 결코 잊지 마라. 그의 말을 믿지 마라. 여기서 나갈 방법이 분명 존재할 것이다. 우리한테나 공주한테나. 우린 계속 시도해야 된다.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way.
영웅의 목소리 또 있네? 목소리가 3개가 됐어. 나레이터, 영웅 목소리, 회의의 목소리.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
나레이터도 그 목소리를 듣고 있고.
And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
그녀가 세상에 얼마나 대난적으로 위험한지 다시 상기시켜야 되겠다. 불과 1분 전에 얘기하지 않았니? 근데 세상이 아직 안 멸망했잖아. 이건 대자뷰 이상이야. 이 일이 분명히 벌어졌었다고.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
어쨌든 그냥 나아가자. 이 모든 일이 실제 벌어졌다고 했을 때 내가 너의 얘기를 들어야 될 이유가 뭐야?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
이게 두 번째라고 치자. 그렇다면 너는 죽었던 것일 테고 그 이유는 내 얘기를 듣지 않아서였을 것이다.
The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess.
완전한 아이러니.
You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us.
지난번에 넌 사실상 공주가 우릴 죽이도록 둔 것이다.
That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do. Which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting.
셋이 주저하고 있는 자기 기만적인 얘기를 듣지 마라.
But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all.
사실상 강제로 공주가 날 죽이게 만든 것이다 라고 했을 때 그렇게 한 데는 좋은 이유가 있었을 것이다. 그건 네가 공주를 풀어주려고 했던 거니까. 그러니까 그렇게 당해도 쌌을 것이다. 나는 프로페셔널이다.
Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
이 무슨 일이 무슨 가치가 있냐라는 두 번째 질문은 마치 너의 저번 행동이 아무런 결과를 안 가져왔다고 생각하는 것 같은데 위험한 가정을 하는 것 같은데 그게 아니다.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
그러게. 영웅의 목소리. 왜 아무 결과도 없었는데 네가 공주가 우리를 죽이도록 그렇게 했는데 근데 이제 다시 다 처음 지점으로 돌아왔어. 그러면 아무 결과도 없는 거 아니야?
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
여기로 그럼 어떻게 돌아온 것일까? 시간이 그냥 되감아진 걸까? 아니면 완전 다른 세상으로 트랜스포트 이동한
If
것일까?
it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
후자라면 죽은 다음에 무슨 일이 벌어졌다 생각하는가?
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything just like I told you she would?
내가 다른 세상으로 온 거면 그 전 세상의 사람들이 과연 오래오래 행복하게 살았을까 그 이유? 공주가 세상을 종말시켰을 수도 있다 이거지.
What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
공주는 그냥 오두막에 남아서 다신 다른 사람을 보지 못했을
Oh, how
것이다.
I wish that were the case. But if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are.
공주가 확실한 세상의 위협이기 때문에 우리 넷이 여기 온 것이다.
You're talking in circles.
저는 계속 말이 원을 돌고 있다.
No, I'm talking in facts.
나는 사실을 말하고 있다.
Just be quick about it.
지난번에 공주가 나를 죽였을 수 있는 유일한 이유는 내가 그렇게 하도록 허용했기 때문이고 그녀가 했던 건 내 목을 그은 게 전부야. 그런 그녀가 어떻게 세상을 종말시킬 수 있지?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
그녀는 그저 그렇게 할 수 있다. 날 믿어라.
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right?
너는 우리에게 증거를 주고 있지 않아. 한 조각의 증거도.
What proof could you possibly ask for?
무슨 증거?
Literally anything.
아무 증거나.
Fine. Check your pockets.
좋아, 주머니를 뒤져봐. 주머니가 있었어? 그래, 뒤져봐.
You put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words "The Evidence" written across the front.
아, 이 손이 인간의 손이 아니야. 주머니를 뒤져봤더니 증거라고 하는 봉투가 나오네.
Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
증거라고 꺼낸 것엔 나의 필체로 내가 그녀를 막지 못하면 공주가 세상을 종말시킬 것이다. 이것은 움직일 수 없는 사실이다. 진실이다. 라고 적혀있네.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting?
그러게, 이건 아무것도 증명하지 못해. 네가 우리의 필체를 흉내낸 거면 어떡해.
I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side.
난 너의 편이다.
You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to?
너는 네가 시키는 대로 우리가 하는 한에서만 우리 편이겠지.
Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk.
니들이 내 말을 안 들으면 세상은 위험에 처한다.
I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
그래. 애당초 지하에 공주를 가둔 사람이 누구야? 그리고 그 장소는 뭐지?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
사람들이 그녀를 가뒀다. 사람들이 그녀를 가뒀다면 왜 그들이 공주를 죽이지 않아? 왜 내가 죽여야 돼?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
너가 특별해서다. 그녀를 죽일 수 있는 유일한 사람이 너다. 원한다면 그걸 뭐 예언이라 불러. 어쨌든 네가 해야만 해. 이런 뜻이네.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
우리가 그렇게 스페셜 특별했어. 세븐 더 데이지 롱걸 하는 중이라고. 좋은 게임이에요 그 게임.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
물론 넌 특별하지. 아니면 왜 네가 여기 왔겠니?
Yes, right. We're here because we're special.
그러시겠지. 우리가 특별하겠지.
Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to
시간이
the
가고
cabin.
있다. 빨리 오두마로 가자. 너 나한테 숨기고 있는 게 뭐야?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail will just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
너는 알아야 될 전부는 다 알고 있다. 괜히 상황 복잡하게 만들지 말아라.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here.
그녀에 대해서 모를수록 우리에게 더 좋다. 날 믿어라. 계속 그러네.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
세상이 내가 세상을 구하기만을 기다리고 있다. 가봐 그러면.
A warning before you go any further.
경고.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
그녀는 거짓말을 할 거고 속일 거고 자기가 죽지 않을 거면 뭐든 할 것이다. 그러니까 그녀가 하는 말은 믿지 마라.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud?
그냥 가서 칼을 잡고 찌르고 윙크해라.
No, I didn't. Wink.
윙크를 큰 소리로 말했니? 아니 그냥 윙크라고 했는데.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
이 광대를 무시하고 그냥 공주에 집중하자. 오두마로 간다.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
나레이션이 또 좀 달라졌어. 약간 보기엔 똑같아 보이는데 아까도 창살이 있었겠지?
The only furniture of note is an iron table bolted to the floor, a pristine blade
아까도 이렇게
perched on its
얘기했었나?
edge.
똑같았나? 칼이 있고. 와 반갑습니다.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do
이건 이제
this
똑같아
right.
이 대사는. 이 거리 예전에 없었었나? 집에 한 번가 좀 다르구나 확실히. 거울에 한번 가봐.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
나레이터 자꾸 속일래? 벽이 아니라 거울이잖아. 거울을 깨끗하게 닦는다.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
거울이 없어졌어 근데 막상 손을 대니까.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
분명히 거울이 있었는데. 모아 반갑습니다.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
뭔가 나레이터의 술책인가 이거? 없어졌어 거울이. 지난번과 우두박이 분명 다르게 보이는데?
Very different.
매우 달라 보여.
Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely.
왜 그가 바꿨나? 나레이터가 바꿨어?
Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
어쩌면 네가 그 지난 삶에서 여기 왔다 이거가 더 넌센스일 수 있다. 넌 죽지 않은 것이고 여기 처음 온 것이고 공주한테 죽지 않은 걸 수도 있지.
So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
그러니까 사소한 디테일에 괜히 정신을 팔지 마라.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
가봐.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
나레이터의 대사는 똑같은데 조금 관객이 바뀐 건가 이거? 왜냐면 A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path. 대사는 같은 것 같은데 빛이 되게 밝아 사실은. vaguely illuminate라기보다.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
공주의 목소리가
Does she
들리고
remember us?
그냥 우리를 기억할까?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around
바뀌었어.
her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
아까랑 달라졌는데? 목에도 감고 있고 두 팔 다 감겨 있네.
So much for cutting her out of here.
보이스 오브 더 히어로. 쟤를 공주를 구해내려면 좀 많이 잘라야겠는데? 그리고 공주도 약간 모해와 같이 생겼어? 아까보다는 뭔가 좀 그림체가 애니메이션체가 되어졌네. 지금 멀리 있어서 그런지.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table.
야, 왜 잘리긴 뭘 잘라? 라고 하는 나레이터.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
아, 저 빈 체인 저거를 눈치챘냐? 모든 것이 다 목적에 봉사하는 장소에서 뭔가 요 빈 체인이 있다는 게 좀 이상하지 않냐라는 얘기를 하는 것 같은데.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
지난번에도 이런 게 있었나?
It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
앉아서 대화를 해보자. 그 칼을 내 심장에 꽂기 전에. 공주를 그냥 둔다. 공주를 죽인다. 그냥 함께 앉는다. 이거 매번 되게 선택이 진짜 고민되네. 앉아봐. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
약간 거리를 두고 얘기를 하자.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
그녀가 말한 거리에 앉는다. 더 가까이 간다. Sit closer. 왜 이런 선택지를 주지? 가까이 가.
Do you think this is a game? Do you think these chains take away my say in things?
이게 게임이라 생각하니? 이 체인이 내가 그것들에 대해서 내 말한 것을 가져갈 수 있다고 생각하냐?
As you move towards the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists.
뭘 하려고? 마치 체인을 주먹에 감은 것처럼.
In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly.
지금 내가 가까이 다가니까 저 쇠사슬도 보고 조른 건가?
The metal chains constrict around your windpipe as the princess heaves with a muscled intensity.
힘이 왜 이렇게 세?
Drop the knife or you die.
칼을 놓아라. 아니면 난 죽을 것이다.
What is she doing? We weren't trying to attack her.
저 여자 뭘 하고 있는 거지? 우리 공격하려는 게
I
아니었는데.
can see where she might have gotten the wrong idea. She doesn't have much agency here. Would we have trusted her if the roles were reversed?
우리가 그녀 역할이었다면 날 믿을 수 있었겠니? 그녀는 저렇게 행동할 만한 이유가 있다는
I
거지.
don't know. How about we think about the nuances of interpersonal relationships when we're not being strangled?
목 졸린 상황에서 우리가 어떻게 이렇게 상호 좋은 관계를 맺을 수
How many
있겠니?
times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
어쨌든 우리에겐 칼이 있으니까 그녀가 너를 끝장내기 전에 그녀를 먼저 네가 끝장내라. 그래, 칼로 찔러봐 그러면.
You steel your will and refuse to give in to the princess's demands, ignoring the stars dancing in your eyes and the screaming of your starved lungs. You strike.
칼로 찔렀어.
You fumble your first few attempts, only making surface-level scratches and gouges as your arm flails forward, barely able to obey you.
근데 제대로 찌르지를 못했네.
But a single focused blow was all it took. Your blade pierces up through her ribs, slicing through flesh, striking her heart.
하지만 두 번째 시도에서 제대로 찔렀어.
The chains loosen. The darkness creeping in at the edges of your vision subsides.
None of this was ever very fair, was it? But I did kill you last time. I should have expected you might want some petty revenge.
지난번에 우리가 공주가 날 죽였다라는 걸 기억하고 있네. 그리고 네가 복수를 원할 거라는 걸 기대하고 있었다.
Unfortunately
예상하고
for
있었다.
you, that means you've dug your own grave. You can forget about me ever helping you again, even if it damns us both.
브레이도 너는 그걸 통해서 너 스스로의 무덤을 판 것이다.
And just like that, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
공주는 죽었고 세상은 구해졌다. 준비되면 너는 보상을 받을 수
I
있다.
don't like this. It was too easy.
뭔가 너무 쉬운데?
It was not too easy. We almost died.
안 쉬워. 안 쉬웠다고. 우린 거의 죽을 뻔했다고.
That's right. This was an incredibly difficult task and you performed it admirably.
어려운 임무였다.
Let's just get out of here. I don't like looking at her body. Plus, he said there'd be a reward. I'd appreciate a reward right about now.
나가자.
You have the attention span of a fly. How are we supposed to unravel the mysteries of this place if you're so easily distracted by empty promises?
공허한 약속에 그렇게 정신이 팔리면 이 장소의 미스터리를 어떻게 풀 수 있겠니?
It's better to have a short attention span in a situation like this. There's no use dwelling on the past, especially when it's already set in stone.
이런 상황에서는 기억력이 짧은 게 오히려 좋아. 과거를 생각할 필요 없고 이미 상황이 끝났으니까.
And especially when your promised reward is not, in fact, empty and is worth all the adversity you've been through to get here.
게다가 보상이 공허한 보상이 아닐 것이다.
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it.
좋다. 근데 여길 떠날 거면 칼을 갖고 떠나야 된다.
With your work done, you remove the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here. The
나왔고.
windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty.
창문을 통해서 바깥 세계가 보였었는데 이제는 그냥 텅 비어 있어.
The door. Check the door.
문을 점검해봐. 문을 열고 보상을 받는다.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
오두막 문을 열고 멸망에서 구해낸 세상으로 돌아갈 준비를 했다.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
근데 세상이 보이지가 않고 아무것도 찾을 수가 없어. 원래 울창한 숲이 있었는데 불과 몇 분 전만 해도 내 앞에 있는 건 광활한 공허밖에 없네.
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
이미 창문을 통해서 그 광활한 공허를 봤었지.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
모든 게 사라졌으면 우린 보상을 못 받는 건가?
This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it.
아, 이것이 너의 보상이다. 영원한 지복.
Okay.
이게 오케이야?
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
이게 모두를 위한 최선이다. 날 믿어라.
Like hell it is.
더 나은 엔딩을 원했는데 That's bullshit. 여기서 우리를
What's
보내줘.
done is done. And there's no going back now.
이미 벌어진 일은 벌어졌다. 다시 돌아갈 방법이 없다.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
시간은 지나가고 몇 날, 몇 달, 몇 년이 알 수 없는 채로 지나가고 심지어 수십 년. 굉장하고 지루한 흐릿한 나날이 지나고 더 이상 이만큼 행복할 수가 없었다.
Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
수십 년이라고? 그래, 회의주의자의 목소리를 들어봐. 넌 뭘 제안하냐?
We still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over.
아, 칼로 자살한 다음에 다시 시작하자.
He's suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
영혼의 지복이 있는 상황에서 왜 죽이냐 스스로를. 스스로를 죽여.
You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
나를 패배시키기 위해서 그 단 하나의 목적으로 불멸성을 내려놓을 것이란 말인가.
Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want?
우리가 죽는다고 무슨 상관이야 니는. 이미 너는 네가 원하는 걸 얻은 거 아니야?
I don't have to answer that.
거기엔 대답이 없어.
That's all we needed to hear. You raise the blade, then drive it into your heart. You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right? Yeah, we'll see about that.
죽었어. 챕터 3. 더 그레이.
You're on a path in the woods. See, that wasn't so bad. And now we've got another chance to get to the bottom of things. Bit by bit, we're starting to unravel this place.
다시 시작했는데 좀 달라졌어.
There are so many more threads to pull once you stop feeling.
여기에 근데 보이스 오브 더 콜드가 또 하나 추가됐다.
That's a little dark, buddy. You feeling okay? I'm feeling nothing. And I like that just fine.
저 차가운 목소리는 그 공허 때문에 생겨났나 본데 아무것도 느끼지 못해.
He's not wrong. Sentimentality won't help us here. We need scientific rigor. So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2? It's our third. What gave it away?
우리의 세 번째 시도라는 거지.
Your open discussions. The last time we were here, you were in full-blown denial about the possibility of us restarting. What changed? Have you just been pretending to forget?
그러게 나레이터는 두 번째 지구에서는 다시 리스타팅을 부정했는데 이번엔 그냥 그런 부정하지 않아. 왜 그럴까?
I'm afraid not. Whatever other versions of me you've met in those other lifetimes were just that. Other versions of me. I just wish I'd been the first.
그때는 나의 다른
So
버전이었다.
you knew how all this worked. Why didn't you ever tell us? We could have used it to our advantage.
왜 그럼 그때 얘기하지 않았니? 다 알고 있었으면서.
That's because there is no using it to your advantage. The more information you have, the harder it will be for you to succeed.
네가 더 많은 정보를 얻을수록 성공할 확률이 더 떨어지기
It's not
때문이다.
like it was that difficult to slay her last time. She may have put up a fight, but her flesh is still softer than our blade. And now she's dead, and I doubt she'll be able to do much of anything from the grave.
공주가 죽은 거는 바뀌지가 않나?
You already slew her, and you survived. Yes. Then why, pray tell, are you here? Oh, I know that one. We killed ourselves. Why?
왜 자살했니?
Because you thought trying to stuff us away in a corner for eternity was a suitable reward.
네가 영혼의 구석에 우리를 몰아넣는 것이 적절한 보상이라고 여겼기
Was
때문이지.
it not? What better reward is there than eternal bliss? You should have been happy.
영원한 지복만큼 좋은 보상이 어딨어. 그러면 행복할 텐데.
We weren't.
우리 행복하지 않았거든.
We were bored.
지겨웠어.
You were bored. I was just unhappy.
너는 지겨웠겠지. 난 그저 행복하지 않았어.
There were still answers that we needed to find.
여전히 우리가 찾아야 될 답들이
It was
있다.
actually working. And you killed yourself. I can't believe it. You ruined everything.
자살하다니. 니들이 모든 걸
How
망쳐놨어.
does us dying ruin everything? What aren't you telling us?
우리가 죽는 게 어떻게 모든 걸 망칠 수 있어. 네가 우리한테 얘기하지 않는 게 뭐야.
It just does. And I'm not telling you lots of things, but it's for your own good. It's for the good of everyone.
모두를 위해 좋은 거다라는 얘기
It
계속한다.
seems to me like keeping secrets didn't help you last time, so you should start talking.
뭔가 계속 비밀이 있어 저 나라에 있다.
Fine, the world doesn't stay saved if you die.
니들이 죽으면 세상이 구원된 상태로 머물러 있지 못한다.
And if the world isn't saved, then that means she is dead.
세상이 구원되지 않았던 얘기는 그녀도 그런 죽지 않았던 얘긴가?
Oh, now isn't that interesting? I assumed she'd just be a pile of old bones. But perhaps she's not. There's only one way to find out. We should go see her.
공주도 그러면 살아있단 얘긴데
Let's try something different this time. We've already seen what happens when we slay her, and I'm not convinced that's a way out for us. I'm not even convinced there is a world to save.
이번엔 그녀를 만나서 다른 방법을 시도해보자.
Yes, things
지난번엔
are
비가 오지
different,
않았었지.
aren't they? If this isn't the same path in the woods you're used to, that means that her influence is already spreading and you're running out of time.
그녀의 영향력이 벌써 퍼지고 있는 거다. 그리고 너희들은 시간이 지금 부족해지고 있다.
Influence? What's that supposed to mean?
그녀의 영향력이라니.
Means exactly what I said. Don't overthink it, or you run the risk of making your task so much more
또 똑같은 얘기
difficult.
안
And
나오나요?
what is that? Forget I said anything. I've probably already made things worse, and I need to stop talking about this now before I definitely make things worse. Come on, tell us your secrets. Haven't we been through enough? No.
비밀을 얘기해봐.
Is there a reason it would be raining?
비가 오는 이유가 있는 거야?
If there is, it doesn't matter. If a bit of rain is the best her influence can conjure, then we have nothing to worry about. A drenched corpse is still.
우리가 오두머에 가지 않으면 무슨 일이
She'll
벌어지니?
find a way out eventually and the world will still end. The only way this resolves is if you find her and slay her before that happens.
결국 방법을 찾을 것이다. 그리고 세상을 분별할 것이다. 그러니 그 전에 그녀를 죽여라.
We already know he wants us to slay her. Anything he says is tainted by his motivations. Turn around and leave, go to the cabin. I'm fine with either. So long as we don't just...
좋아. 오두머로 간다.
I'm sure you've already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives. You've already managed to slay her once, just what we do is it. And we have all those mysteries to unlock. You aren't here to solve a mystery. You're here, that's what you say. We can't be sure of anything except what's right. Okay, but we should. Why? Because we should. I don't know. Is it? Yes. Don't let them make you second guess yourself. The fate of the world is the most important. For all we know, the world you're talking about isn't even real.
세상을 구해야 된다. 우리가 세상을 왜 신경 써야 되는가? 그 세상이 심지어 리얼, 진짜도 아니다.
Of course it's real. Where do you think you are? Somewhere else? Maybe we are. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
공주가 나쁜 사람인가요? 잘 모르겠는데요.
Struck by an overwhelming scent of decay, of mold and
오두막이 또
death and
바뀌었어.
stagnant water. The once stately wooden building is bloated, its beams dripping with a black ooze of putrefaction, all but the exterior stone walls warped beyond recognition. It must have been beautiful once, but in its ruin, it is beyond repulsive. But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the rotting wood of the wall.
여기서 공주가 모습이 이렇게
Is
비치지?
that her? It's like she isn't even there. See? We killed her. You're right. Maybe she doesn't reset like us. She certainly doesn't look the same as she did last time.
칼이 가슴에 꽂힌 채로 지금 그림자인가? 살아있는 건가?
Before you can make a move, the figure is gone,
사라졌어.
vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room.
유령 같은 거였나?
The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. It's just that damn mirror again.
문은 사라지고 거울 하나만 다시 생겼네.
Yes, the mirror that he can't see. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade. Huh. That's strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
나레이터 당하네. 왜 칼이 없을까?
Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it. But we had it with us when we died. And besides, everything else has reset. Why wouldn't the blade have reset too?
모든 것이 리셋되는 상황에서 칼은 왜 리셋이 안
Maybe it's
됐을까?
because we've already explored that avenue. We've seen what happens when we slay her. Maybe this place has decided we don't need to try that again. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
일단 거울에 가까이 가봐.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door.
나레이터도 거울을 왜 인식을 못할까?
It's still so hazy. We should try and clean it off. Yes. Try. Maybe it won't disappear this time and we'll find. You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement.
팔만 닿으면 거울이 사라져.
It's just a little to your right. And yeah, we can see it now. So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves. No way left to go but down.
지하실로 내려가 봐.
The door to the basement groans open. The air is foul and wet, so thick that you can almost feel it settle onto your skin in layers of grime. The stairs are coated with slimy algae, the wood rotted through in places, reeking of fetid vegetation.
유령이 됐나?
A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadows, legs submerged up to her shins in dark waters. There she is again. Barely. She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
이제 아니한데요? 일단 내려가 봐.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A bloated body floating face down in slowly rising waters. Her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain.
물에 잠긴 지하에 여전히 시체 상태로 있는 건가 지금?
This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom. See? She's dead.
공주는 리셋되지 않았어?
She's not just dead. It looks like she's been rotting. So killing her does stick. Mostly. But if she's dead, then what are we supposed to do?
이미 공주가 죽었다면 우린 뭘 해야
She
돼?
isn't dead. You clearly just believe she is.
공주는 죽지 않았어?
The corpse is floating right in front of us. You can stop it with the mind games. If she's dead, then do we even have to do anything? How can she be a threat to the world like this? Thoughts are cut short by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock.
문을 잠그는 소리. 문을 잠그는 자는 누구야? 맨 처음에도 있었는데.
You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the
공주의 유령인가?
stairs. So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she is
칼은
dead.
여전히 그녀의 가슴에 꽂혔는데 죽지 않았어.
She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before?
그녀는 죽었다. 유령이다.
Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying, or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. Yeah, this is tricky. But let's talk to her. See what kind of information she has that we don't. but she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
Bold of you to come back here after what you did.
말을 하네. 그리고 우리가 무슨 일을 했는지도 기억하고. 왜 문을 닫았어?
But she doesn't answer your question. All she does is watch you in shadowed silence. Do you hear that trickling sound? The water's rising, isn't it?
물이 수면이 올라가고 있어.
It is, and it's rising fast. Oh, that's interesting. We've never drowned before. I wonder how it'll feel. Bad, I bet. I don't think dying ever feels good. Yes, how astute. Dying is bad and you should avoid it. How about you stop trying to talk to her and do something instead?
말을 걸 시도하지 말고 뭔가를 해라. Let me out. 우리를 내보내줘.
No, you're killing yourself.
안 내보내줘.
Water is rising faster now. It's flowing in from some unseen place, and judging by the height of the algae on the stairs, it has no intention of stopping anytime soon. You feel it creeping up your back, so cold that it steals the very warmth from your flesh, leaving a smothering numbness in its place. Are you really just going to stand there and let yourself die? Yeah, let's think. Where is it coming from? It's coming from some unseen place. Does it really matter where it's coming from? Because I can feel it rising. I don't think we have much time to sleuth. Yes, it matters. Maybe we can find a way out. Maybe we can figure out a way to make this work. This is just a puzzle. We can solve it. Some things aren't puzzles to be solved. Sometimes you're doomed from the start. Most people are. Yes, most people are doomed. But in case you need reminding, everyone will be doomed forever unless you stop her.
뭔가 나갈 방법을 찾는 건가 아니면 질문을 하면 소용이 없을 것 같고 칼을 향해 달려간다. 돌진한다.
The princess eyes you with a disaffected gaze as you rush up the stairs, but you don't make it past the first few steps. The door bursts open, a powerful wave of water crashing down towards you. You're swept up in the flood. Your head slams into the basement wall.
물이 들이닥쳤다.
You come to a moment later, suspended in darkness, disorientated, only aware of the surface of the water and the emptiness above. And of course, the princess, hovering above you, watching in silence as you struggle to stay afloat in the icy depths. There's no way out.
나갈 방법이 없어.
It's so dark and cold. I think our limbs are slowing down. How much longer can we do this? Just keep breathing. We'll figure this out. Or we won't. It doesn't matter either way. But you don't have time to figure anything out. Something cold and clammy wraps around your ankle. You're dragged under, only able to take one last hopeful gulp of air before your head is plunged into the freezing depths. As you sink below the surface, you see it. Or rather, you see her. The body you found floating when you first arrived, its hand is locked around your ankle, the heavy chains pulling you both down into the unfeeling, suffocating nothingness.
와, 왔습니다. 공주의 시체가 지금 불어있는 상태인데
I get it. We shouldn't have killed her. Just get it away from us, please. The past is the past. There's no changing it. There's nothing to fix. And there's not a lot we can do about the present either. Not unless we think like we should have been doing all along. But there is no thinking as you drown. You desperately try to pull yourself back to the surface again, and again, and again. Your icy limbs flailing desperately against the grip of her rotting corpse. And all the while her ghastly figure stares down at you, expressionless, as unfeeling ease the weight around your ankle.
Your lungs filled with water, the same as mine filled with blood. In the end, we're not so different.
근데 폐에 물이 가득 안 차고 그녀와 그녀의 뼈도 사라지고 뭔가 그것들을 아사 데려갔어. 그리고 거울만이 보이네.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? If there's even a her to find anymore. You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
나레이터도 사라졌어. 왜?
It is. Does that mean the world ended? It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
세상이 종말했나? 근데 나레이터만 왜 사라졌어?
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
거울을 봐야 돼.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back.
뭔가 진실을 보길 원하면서도 뭔가 무서운 느낌. 그 느낌이 곧 우리 러브크래프트의 아웃사이더란 작품에서 나왔던 그 느낌이다. 마지막에 거울을 보고 진실을 알게 되는.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
이전에는 거울에 그렇게 무서워하지
It's
않았는데
different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
다른 느낌이다. 거울에 접근했어. 나레이터가 사라졌으니까 이제 볼 수 있나 거울을? 거울에 가까이 가니까 목소리들이 사라졌어. 거울은 남았고. It's you. 괴물이야. 지금 여전히 오두막에 있어.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
긴 침묵에서 뭔가가 날 찾았다. 그리고 나에게 프레자의 베슬의 선물을 줬다. 깨지기 쉬운 어떤 그릇을, 이란 선물을. 너는 뭐야? What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
공허한 도시 속의 솔리터리 라이트. 외로운 빛. 혼자 있는 빛. 홀로 있는 빛들. 그게 뭐니?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
연결 없는 생각들. 이제 막 발생하고 있는 네트워크들. 나는 뭐냐?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is guarded sorrow. She saw herself as alone, but in the end had the courage to share with another. She will make for a deep heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally been heard.
프레젤 베슬이 공주의 몸을 얘기하는 건가 본데. 이게 세상의 종말이니?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
우리가 얘기하고 있는데 세상이 어떻게 족발한 거겠니? 공주를 내보내줘.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
그럴 수가 없다.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
넌 나레이터를 아니?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
네가 나를 공주를 죽이라고 보낸 그자 아니야?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
아니다. 이 장소를 넘어선 세상을 아니?
I know only that they are.
너가 공주니?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
너는 늘 공주였니? 아니면 그저 그녀를 너의 일부로 만드는 거니?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
우리 아는 사이니?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you. Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
더 많은 관점을 내게 달라. 그러면 나는 전체가 될 수도 있을 것이다. 그러면 우리의 자유를 얻을 수 있을 것이다. 내가 너를 죽일 방법을 찾으면
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
내가 얼마나 잊을 수 있니?
Everything, until we meet again.
얼마나 더 많은 조각을 찾아야 되는데.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
내가 하지 않으면
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
망자로 계속 있게 된다. 너가 세상을 멸망시키거니?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
세상은 파괴할 수가 없다. 파괴라는 건 다 reshape. 역시 재구성에 불과하니까. 내가 널 도우면 뭘 할겠니? 되게 의미론적으로 얘기를 한다.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
어떤 의식의 조각 같은 거구나 얘는. 돌아가지 않는다, 기다린다라면 어떻게 돼?
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
우와 반갑습니다.
You'll always come back to the box because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
다시 돌아와서 자기 목소리를 들어줄 때까지 영원히 기다리겠다라고 게임이 끝나네.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
다시 게임을 켜니까 다시 돌아왔구나라고 바로 여기서부터 시작하네. 나에게는 그건 순간의 시간에 불과했다. 이네. 나는 너의 편 쪽에서 떠난 적이 없다. 게임을 끝내고 켰는데 그거를 마치 인지한다고 듯이 얘기하는 게임은 진짜 처음 보는데. 다시 돌아왔구나. 근데 나에게는 찰나의 순간에 불과했다라고 식으로 얘기하는 게. 좋아, 그런 날 있게 해줘.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
모든 것이 얻어지면서 난 죽었다.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
다시 완전히 잊고 다시 처음부터 시작하네. 거기에서 있었다는 사실 잊고. 완전한 관점을 얻어서 그 아까 걔에 있는 존재가 하나의 이제 완전한 존재가 되기 전까지는 이 루트가 계속 반복되나 본데, 이거를 근데 이 과정 한번 반복했다는 것도 어느 시점에서 기억하는 순간이 있나? 게임이? She asked that I tell you to remember her. 공주가 부탁했단 얘기인가? 나보고 그녀를 기억해달라고 얘기해달라고 나에게 요청했다. 근데 너는 you won. 너는 기억하지 못할 것이야 라고 하면서 모든 게 깜깜해지고 죽었다. 그리고 다시 시작한다. 스킵도 있네. 오토도 있고. 오토는 뭐야 대체? 아, 스킵은 뭐 나레이션을 스킵하는 그런 거겠지. 선택지가 아니고. 이걸 누른 다음에
Talking about the end of everything as we
오토는 뭐지?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going? Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
아, 그 캐빈에 들어가는 걸 완전히 거부해도 챕터 2로
You're
넘어가네.
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay them. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
아니, 오토를 누른 다음에 하면 어떻게 돼? 그냥 안 누르진 건가?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
컨트라리안으로 바뀌었네, 목소리가. 스캡틱이 아니라 반대자.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead. You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further.
예, 배경도 좀 바뀌었는데.
She will lie. She will. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't. Ignore him. Let's... The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better, no, we're taking
대사는
it. I've already told
똑같은데.
you can't listen, and if you're nothing, just ignore. I'm not going to. Yeah, what you're saying. Okay, good.
블레이드를 입고 하지 마.
The door to the basement
뭐야? 왜 이렇게
creaks open,
바뀌었어?
revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong. The closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day. You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as... What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
이게 데이 1에 오두막에 들어가기를 거부해서 지금 이렇게 펼쳐지는 건가?
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it'd be easy for her to trust anyone. Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that?
팩탈 구조로.
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
말을 걸수록
She fractures again.
분열되네.
I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
물어볼수록 분열하는데. 이거는 세 가지가 어떻게 다 한 대답이지? 그녀를 구해준다와 그녀를 지하실에 둔다와 블레이드를 가지러 온다가 세 가지가 왜 한 대답이야? 진짜 웃기네. 이 세 프린세스에게 서로 다 다른 대답을 하는 거구나.
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
들어올 때마다 여럿이 생기고 있는데.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
브레이킹
But
포인트에
how do we decide what
이르렀다.
to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
대답이 세 가지가 똑같아. 다 다른데 한 번에 대답하게 돼.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
동시에 여러 일이 동시에 벌어지고 있다.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
분열했던 공주들이 다시 뭉쳐졌어.
We should help her. I think we did this.
어떻게 도울 건데? 칼로 찢을 거야? 나레이터 어디 갔어 그리고?
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a... Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. He's just messing with us. Right?
You've grown in? 다시 긴 침묵으로 들어왔어. 얘 기억할까? 예.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
더 늘어나긴 했어.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same. Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
여러 우주의 관점을 계속 모아서 성장하는 의식인데 이 의식이 완성되면 어떻게 되는 거야?
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward. With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
SYJ님 모험가에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 고맙습니다. 내 채널에 가입해 주셔서 고맙습니다. 공주를 죽이는 그 행위를 통해서 계속 얘한테 관점을 가져다 주는 게 선물인데, 그걸 통해서 계속 연속성은 있으나 계속 성장하는 무슨 존재가 되는데,
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
변화하게 됐을 때 어떤 욕망을 갖게 될지는 지금으로서는 얘기할 수 없다.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself.
지금 이 순간에 내가 원하는 건 나 자신을 아는 것. 이게 끝나면 내가 너를 죽일 것이다.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
이 모든 끝에선 내가 너를 죽이는 자가 될 수도 있고, 어째 우리가 함께 이 장소를 떠날 수도 있고, 새로 발견할 수 있는 수평선을 발견할 수도 있고, 새로운 지평을.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
이걸 거쳐서 처음으로 돌아갈 때도 무조건 게임이 좀 달라지는 거구나. 이미 경험한 관점은 얘한테 쓸모가 없기 때문에. 가치 있는 길은 아직 밟아보지 않은 길이다.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
내가 너에게 친절하지 않을 이유가 있느냐. 나에게 속하지 않은 유일한 존재가 너다?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold.
이번에는 모순이란 관점을 가져온 거구나. 저번엔 그럼 무슨 관점이지? 저번엔 유령, 그 다음에 회의,
They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
아, 내면의 목소리를 가져다 준 거구나. 그러니까 목소리가 지금 사라진 이유가.
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
한 사안을 여러 방식으로 탐구하는데, 여러 방식으로 탐구할 때마다 내 내면에 새로운 목소리가 생기고, 그 새로운 목소리를 흡수해서 성장한다. 그걸 새로운 관점, 기억을 통해서.
There is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are feelings that inform my being. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. spaces that I must fill. If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build upon. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening.
Attack the entity도 있네. Destroy your body. 소용없는 짓일 공격 Attack the entity.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
상처줄 수가 없어. 내 몸을 파괴한다.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
돌아갈 수밖에 없네. 여기서는 의식으로만 존재하는 것 같은데 나 자신도
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
다시 만날 거라면서 돌아왔어. 다시 챕터 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that
이
cabin
상황을 계속 다른 방식을 경험하면서 내 내면의 다른 목소리를 불러일으켜서 그 다른 관점을 지금 그 존재에게 가져다 줘야 돼. 그 존재가 그 성장해서 결국 각성하도록 완전해지도록.
you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. A warning. Before you, she will lie. The interior of the cabin.
가만히 말 들었으면
The blade is
똑같아. 여기까지는. 칼을 갖고 하지 마 이번에.
the door to the base. Her voice
Hello?
is hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part. How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
칼을 안 들고 와서 그런가? 근데 이 공주의 대사는 좀 다르네.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of... You're only making this more...
Thank you.
You're making a no. You're doing... You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall. They're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere doubtful. Whoever...
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
칼을 안 갖고 와서 그런지 대사 다르네. 칼 갖고 왔을 땐 자르라고 했는데.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
아 여기서 자르란 대사 나오네.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could find... You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the... Is someone else here?
문을 닫는 존재는 뭐야? 근데 항상 아까도 궁금했지만.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier.
칼을 아예 안 갖고 왔는데.
Easier for everyone.
자를 수도
I
없어.
heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitated before
와,
Grace armed her
이런.
mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
야. 이빨로?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
아, 그 알 수 없는 이유로 칼이 다시 떨어졌어.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do.
근데 여기서 칼로 찌른다 선택지는 없다. 갑자기 세이브 더 프린세스만 있네.
Fine. Against your better
다시
judgment,
칼로 자르고.
place the blade and you cut. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze
웃지 마,
meets
공주.
yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
팔로 칼 자르는데 웃지 마.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
어떻게 웃을 수
Thank
있을까?
you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
조금 다른데? 우와, 반갑습니다. 저번에는 경고를 해서 사실상 공주가 나를 죽이겠는데 플레이 더 프린세스를 가봐야
Okay,
봐.
there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside.
피했어.
Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
손톱과 이빨로 물어뜯었는데 우리 주인공은
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods. You're here to I can assure you that if he doesn't remember what brilliant, we need to keep our cards close
제주자의
to our
목소리.
chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
새로운 목소리.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secret. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. A warning. She will lie. Don't worry.
또 귀신이 돼 있나?
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twists. The blade. You take the blade. Well, if that's not. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase. The weak starlight from the cabin. The air smells. Her voice.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
안 문대. 우리 집 공주는 안 물어요.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've
기억해.
done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the prince. Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
진생처럼 돼 있어. 공주도.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eye.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
나레이터는 이제야 눈치챘어? 이미 여기 왔다라는 걸?
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you?
근데 영웅의 목소리는 알고 있어. 이게 다시 윤회했다는 거.
No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true.
공주와 지금 다른 애는 리얼리티, 현실을 공유하는데 나레이터는 아니야.
I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
얘를 내보내준다. 칼을 그녀에게 건네준다. 지하실에 남겨둔다.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
알아줘.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor, and the chains fall from the princess's wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now. Luckily for us, you're not her. Oh, we sure think alike, though. I can promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count. She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
어제 꼬리가 생겼어. 언제 꼬리가 생겼어 나. 이제 너의 선택에 달렸지.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
어!
She buries the blade in your heart.
그냥 다짜고짜 찌르네.
What? No. No, come on, that's not right. I told you. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
왜 내가 그렇게 하도록 뒀냐 라면서 마지막에 슬픈 눈을 떴던.
You're on a path in the woods. She stabbed us. She actually stabbed us.
보이스부터 치티드. 배신당한 목소리도 새로 생겼어.
Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against. But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway.
배신당해서 지금 싫어하는구나.
I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
나레이터는 이 혼란을 항상 기억을 못한다. 그래도 나레이터만. 나머지 애들은 기억하는데. 왜 못 기억할까?
Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other. Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through. Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously. It would mean your grip on things is slipping, which, in turn, likely means her influence is spreading. Someone's in the know. I've had enough of these annoying little secrets. If you want us to do this, you have to let us in on your game already. All of your game. I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her.
나레이터는 윤회를 기억하지 못하는데 오직 공주를 죽여야 한다. 요 일념 하나만을 갖고 있어. 고정된 관점을 갖고 있는 유일한 애야. 나머지 목소리는 내 행동에 따라 새로운 목소리가 내면에 생기는데.
Please don't. I'm with him. If our previous encounters have taught us anything, it's that freeing her is a bad idea. Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
대답은 똑같아. I'm done with this bye도 있고.
It isn't long before you've... I don't know, you talking... Ignore... The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore.
또 달라졌네.
Burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here. Charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain. The promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. This is supposed...
팔은 안 bo이고.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it. Well, it's not here. And if she... Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different. Yeah, why didn't you mention the mirror? I didn't mention the mirror because there isn't a mirror.
나레이터의 또 하나 특징. 윤회를 기억하지 못하고 거울을 못 봐. 거울이 있다라는 걸 인지를 못해. 다른 애들은 다 인지하는데 왜 그럴까? 거울을 윤회 시간의 흐름을 반복된다는 걸 눈치채지 못하고 자신의 모습을 볼 수 없다.
But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? Yeah, it counts for something. He's either a liar or he doesn't hold all the cards. But I think we already knew it had to be one of those. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
거울이 통째로 안 보이는 건데 그냥.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. Might as well take a look while we can. There's nothing else to do here now that the knife has been taken from us. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us. You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. Their spines point courteously down. I'd say this feels like a trap, but they're only thorns. Her voice, worn down.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back.
아, 첫날에 했던 선택과 둘째 날에 했던 선택을 정확히 반영한 대사가 있네. 이건 조합의 가능성이 꽤 많을 텐데.
I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me. I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, a space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
칼을 줬기 때문에 오히려 이런 가시에 휘감겨 있는 상황이 벌어졌나? 칼을 안 줬으면 어떻게 됐을까? 아예 칼을 안 들고 지하에 내려갔다거나.
And I'm supposed to believe it's safe in your hands? That you aren't just saying what you need to say in order to fool me and save yourself?
날 믿어. 칼을 줘. 칼을 주면 그 가시를 잘라줄게. 너만 자유를 원하는 게 아니야. 우리 주인공도 루프에 갇혀있는 셈인데, 그러니까 나도 너처럼 갇혔어.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you. I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own. Careful with that one. He's not the smooth negotiator he thinks he is. But it does feel like we're stuck until we do something. If there's even anything to do besides make things worse. We're not making things worse. I think she wants to trust us.
이제 우리 둘 다 말할 때는 지난 것 같다. 필요한 건 액션뿐이다. 칼에 손을 뻗는다. You are in a prison of your own making. 너는 네가 만든 감옥의 죄수다. Turn and leave. 나는 폭력의 고리를 끊었다. 근데 네가 계속 여기 있고 싶으면 그렇게 해라.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
Be damned! She really gave it to us.
It feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands. I wonder what we should do with it. We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do.
I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
We've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move. It's 2 against 1.
It's 2 against 2.
You don't count.
And why shouldn't he count?
Because he's clearly not one of us.
나레이터는 우리 중 하나가 아니다. 너의 투표는 나레이터만 그래 좀 달라. 왜 그렇지?
That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
자유롭게.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while.
See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions. Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. You're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Is that really all you've got, threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you. Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right, he's a bit of a nobody, isn't he? Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Of course I did.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
길을 막고 있네.
You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
다시 덩굴을 자른다. 잘라.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
그녀를 구출하면 세상이 종말한다라고 하는데 나레이터.
It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted.
나레이터가 아는 세상의 종말 아니야?
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
자유를 향해 발걸음을 내딛는다.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
다시 그 존재 데리고 간다. 다시 이 공간.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try
거울이
and find her?
보이고 이 순간에도 영웅의 목소리 이런 애들은 인지하고 있는데 나레이터가 제일 먼저 사라져. 이 순간에 항상.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
거울은 있는데 그 다음에 얘네들도 종말을 해. 근데 더 깊이 들어가면 근데 나의 종말은 아니야.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
You better watch your back. You can't get rid of me that easy. So you're the real puppet master here? Can't believe I tried to help you.
여기서 나는 누군가? 나레이터가 없을 때는 거울이 보여. 안사되는 나의 모습을 볼 수 있단 말이야. You are heather. 아까랑 다른데 아까는 대사가 좀 다르다. 약간 그로우라고 했던가? 다시 긴 침묵. 여기가 오두막에 있는 장소야.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
와, 반갑습니다.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
너는 모순일 수가 없다. 모순은 존재하지 않는다. 너는 어떻게 그 모순을 견디고 있는 거냐? 대답이 엄청 많네. 뭐야. 큰일 내가 사라졌어.
As easily as you can stand to be you, you are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul. And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
나는 내게 알려진 모든 것이며 그냥 아무것도 아니기도 하다.
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me? It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion. This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done. If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me. The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
자기 자신을 알고자 하는 욕망, 그것이 궁극의 목표다.
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you. The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
내가 너한테 준 선물은 너가 길을 선택할 수 있게 한 거고, 나의 임무는 네가 그렇게 해서 가져온 선물을 받아들이는 거다. 감사하게. 나는 너에게 자유의지를 줬고, 너가 체험한 것을 보고 체험한 것을 내가 얻는 것, 그리고 거기에 감사하는 것, 그것이 나의 일이다.
We will know when we near our destination. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end you're here to slay.
오케이.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path. A warning. Before you go in, she will lie. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor the blade. You take the blade from the table. The door to the bake. Her voice.
Who's there?
칼을 가지고 갈 때와 안 가지고 갈 때의 목소리가 다른 것
She
같아.
sounds dangerous.
칼을 가졌을 땐
It's almost
데인저러스,
as if she don't let it fool you.
칼을 안
It's
가져왔을
all
땐 좀
part of the
달랐던 것 같은데.
manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs. She's so focused on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or
그러게
something?
약간 좀 냉랭하게 칼을 가져왔을 때.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
내가 이렇게 사슬에 묶인된 이유가 있다. 자신 있다 이건데.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
칼을
She's
그냥
unarmed.
내려놔라.
If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
돌진해.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh,
Oh.
this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
그것으로 충분하다 생각해?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over? It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead.
나레이터는 항상
Your blade pierced
모든
her
걸
heart.
얘기해주진
There's
않아.
no coming back from that.
뭔가 숨기는 게 있긴 해. 근데 거울을 못 보고 그 영원한 침묵의 장소에 갔을 때 제일 먼저 침묵하고 맥박을 확인한다.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a pulse, even though you know you're not going to find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive? You just saved the entire world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question? Wait, what was that?
맥박이야. 맥박소리 왜 이렇게 우렁차?
You know what that was. That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
이씨.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy. Quick, let's get out of here. It's too
Oh
late
my
for that
God.
now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs. As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you, for whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
와, 반갑습니다. 동기어 지냈어. Left the Razor. 면도날?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her. A warning before you go. She will lie. He couldn't be more on the... We know what to look. Just stay.
그냥 치티드인데 이번엔 다른 목소리가 있어야 되는데.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken board. The blade is your... You walk up to the wall next to the... What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a... You reach forward and... But there was... Now it's gone.
거울을 인지 못하는
Yet another
나레이터.
thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place. You take the blade from the table. It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our... The door to the basement, yes. Scrape? Her
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
뭔가 새가 긁히는 소리가 들리는 것 같은데.
There is something so wrong with that voice. Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act.
HW 김님 무언가에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 고맙습니다. 내 채널에 가입해 주셔서 고맙습니다.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
모르는 척하고 있어. 왜냐면 공주는 윤회를 기억하는데 이전에 무슨 일이 벌어졌는지 알고 있을 건데 저렇게 얘기를 하네.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 요 포즈와 요 얼굴은 우리 짱구 엄마를 떠올리게 하는데.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
가까 가면 너 나 찌르려고 하는 거잖아.
What? No! No! I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
얼굴 표정 봐.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who is armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
지난번에 한 일을 기억할 텐데.
Last time? If somebody came into my house and stabbed me to death and then I killed him, surely I would remember that.
기억하네.
But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
Last time? What are you talking about?
나레이터는 몰라. 나머지 모두가 알고 있는데 나레이터만 몰라. 지난번에.
Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth. I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that loop back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right? Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again? I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Ha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
네가 칼을 갖고 있는 걸 안다. 너를 믿고 싶은데 너 너무 의심스럽게 행동하잖아.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk.
My entire world라고 하는데 역시 나레이터. 공주를 죽이지 않으면 세상이 끝난다. 나레이터의 세상은 늘 끝나. 근데 항상 이 루프의 끝에서 영원한 침묵의 장소에 들어설 때마다 가장 먼저 날아가는 게 나레이터인데 그러니까 공주를 죽이지 않으면 세상은 종말한다라고 자꾸 나레이터 얘기할 때 나레이터 세상은 내 세상을 얘기하는 거야.
And maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, then we'll continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
거짓말을 하고 있는 것 같은데.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
Prove it.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you. But I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
뭔가 숨기고 있으면
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me only. They have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
But if we killed each other, then why are we here, right now? Both of us normal and unstabbed.
나도 모르겠어.
But we don't have anything to talk through. We're strangers and this place is cramped and annoying and you should just come over here and let me out.
I think I've said my piece at this point. I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
Oh, you don't. Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find a key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you better come right within close staring distance just to be sure. Okay, I'm bored now.
She's bored?
갑자기 내가 질문 하도 했더니 지루해졌어 얘가 공주가.
That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... In a sudden burst of
깜짝이야.
the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her
아, 이
arm,
소리가 되게 날카롭네.
limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
야, 뭐 팔에 칼을 감추고 있어?
How conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do?
멘티스 블레이드인가?
At least we're safe here. She's still in chains.
그래, 아직 체인에 묶여 있잖아. 안전해.
Those chains stop her from continuing her advance, at least for a moment.
아, 그래도 체인을 못 끊는구나 스스로.
She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion. And then she slices through her arm.
야! 그렇게 아무렇지도 않게 팔 자르지 말라고. 무슨 나 참. 뭐 당연하다는 듯이 그렇게 팔을 잘라버리면 어떡해.
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here.
이거 진짜.
She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying
이게
speed
발랄하게
that
띄워지
can't
마.
pace.
우리가 그런 사이 아니잖아. 언제부터 그런 우리가 이렇게 화기애애한 사이였다고.
Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do. But unfortunately for you and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched. You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense. She's much better at this than she was last time. Yeah, it's unreal. Bloody cheater.
I'm going to kill you now.
되게 무슨 난 지금부터 파리를 잡겠다는 듯이.
With a squelch, she does just that.
무심하게.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
그 나레이터가 제일 먼저 가, 사실은. You die 다음에. 나레이터는 기억을 못하겠지. 암스
You're on a
레이스.
path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
나레이터는 역시 시간을 반복하고 기억하지 못했고 이번에는 갑자기 내가 선택하지도 않았는데 컷이 확 지나가 버렸어. 나레이터도 당황하고 있다. 왜 이런 일이 벌어지는지.
I feel dizzy. Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
보이스 오브 치티드가 이렇게 해놨어? 근데 다른 목소리가 생겨야 되는데 사실 그 이상한 존재한테 다른 관점을 데려가야 되는데 그거
Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's unfortunately how reality works. The circle's getting smaller and smaller.
있다.
Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
보이스 오브 더 헌티드 새로운 거 생겼다. 원이 계속 작아지고 있고 도망가는 건 더 이상 옵션이 아니다. 싸워야만 한다. 이것도 새로운 목소리인데. 보이스 오브 더 브로큰. 얘는 아무것도 하지 말자고 한다. 어차피 맨날 지니까.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times?
나레이터는 윤회를 기억을 못하기 때문에 니들 도대체 얼마나 반복해 여기 있었던 거냐? 라고 묻네.
This is our third?
히어로는 세 번째.
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right?
너가 실패할 때마다 세상이 붕괴하는 거 아니야. 근데 죽여도 마찬가지였지 않았어? 근데 완벽하게 죽이는 데는 성공을 못 해봤나? 어차피 나레이터의 세계는 늘 붕괴.
That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world.
우리는 한 사람의 운명조차 믿지 못하는데 세상의 운명을 어떻게 믿겠니?
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched, we take it. Okay, take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
보이스 오브 치티드가 지가 알아서 진행하네? 이거는 내가 어떤 특정 방향으로 진행해서 이렇게 되는 건가? 지금 배신당한 자의 목소리가 힘을 얻게 된 게 내 선택 없이 그냥 진행해버리는데?
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp. That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. And what if we never do? Don't be like that. I know things are hard right now, but we got to stay positive. If they're confident, then I'm confident.
이게 어떤 선택을 하냐에 따라서 어떤 목소리에 힘이 실리느냐가 달라지나 혹시?
So, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to? I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right?
역시 나레이터는 거울이 있다는 걸 못 보고 있고 거울 뒤에 문만 보고 있어.
But there isn't a door. It's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality.
이게 굉장히 중요한 요소인 것 같은데 나레이터가 거울을 못 본다라는 게.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it. You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist.
거울이 존재하지 않는다 생각한단 말이야.
Just reach forward and open it. Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying twice. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess. You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open.
나레이터와 함께 있을 때는 우리 주인공이 나레이터인가? 아무튼 거울을 닦으려고 하면 거울에서 자신을 볼 수가 없어. 그 영혼의 세계로 갔을 때만 거울에서 자신의 모습을 볼 수 있어.
And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
Fun for her, maybe. I didn't like dying all over again. Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered. The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
죽이가 됐어.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
그러실래요?
Shit. She's coming for us and
Shit.
I'm out of ideas.
You are fighting her, obviously. You are going to appeal to her authority. Proof of it. There's no reason you can't talk this out. Oh, that's easy. I'm going to try flirting with you. She has sword for arms and we don't. We are panicking. You're going to fight her. You're going to have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves beat it. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. All of these ideas suck. Think of something better. 선택지가 많네. 플러팅이 제일 마음에 든다. 여기서 꼬셔봐. 진짜 전설적인 꼬심이 될 것 같은데. 이 상황에서 꼬신다라는 건 발더스 게이트 3를 따지면은 디피컬티 99짜리.
Now, I've tolerated quite a bit from you, but this is a bridge too far. Please don't try romancing the princess. She wants to kill you. She's going to end the world if you don't stop her.
칼날 2개 있는 공주랑 로맨스를 시도한다.
Yeah, do we have to flirt with the murderous monster? I'd rather not. It's not like she wants us anyway. I'm fine with it. Let's see where this goes.
I know you want to kill me, but has anyone ever told you how gorgeous you are? Gorgeous. I just feel like I really get you. I like romantically. Even maybe we can hash this out of our date. Date? How about you buy me dinner before impaling me to death? Impaling me to death. 나를 찔러 죽이기 전에 저녁 하나 사는 게 어때? 되게 로맨틱한데? 기부한 덜룩. 이 마지막 거 웃기네. 덜룩. 그 눈빛으로 쳐다본다. 기부한 덜룩. 이거 되게 표현이 웃기네. 덜룩이 진짜 강렬하다 근데.
The look.
덜룩.
The look. We've all used it. Yeah, do you not know about the look? Even I know about The look.
보이스 오브 더 브로큰마저 더 룩을 알아? 그 눈길
You flash the princess. The look.
나를 한숨.
And a rosy
뭐야?
rushes to the
얼굴에 홍조를 띄지 마.
breaks into
왜 얼굴이 빨개지는데?
unbelievable.
Unbelievable. 그러지 마. 왜 얼굴이 빨개지는 거야? 무서워. 더 무서워. 아, 벌룩의 효과는 굉장했구나. 그래서 뭐 우리 주인공은 뭐 카리스마 99야?
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I feel that. I like you too. Neat.
I like it too. Neat. 참.
Oh, be damned. This is actually going to work, isn't it?
뭐야, 왜 통하지?
Still going to kill you. But now we could both enjoy a mutual romantic subtext to the murder.
아, 웃기네. 아, 근데 여자 죽인대. 하지만 이제 합의된 공동의 로맨틱 그 문맥을 살인에 더할 수 있게 되었다라고 하네. 되게 좋아하네. 아, 난 여자 죽일 건데 우린 이 살인에 로맨틱한 그 합의된 정서를 더할 수 있게 됐네 이러면서 좋아한다.
Or not. At least she likes us. I've never been like.
아, 보이스 오브 더 브로큰 너무 불쌍해. 야, 그래도 적어도 우리 좋아한대잖아. 난 전에 한 번도 누군가 날 좋아한다고 한 적이 없어. 그러지 마, 보이스 오브 더 브로큰. 얼마나 망가진 삶을 살았던 거야. 이게 그건 좋아하는 게 아니야. 앨리스 씨 likes us라니. 진짜 망가졌었구나 이 친구. 지금 정신이 망가졌다 이거. 그런 건 좋아하는 거라고 표현하지 말아줘.
Blush still.
아, 이렇게 발랄하게 띄우지 말라고.
The princess
얼굴에
closes
홍조를
the
띈 채.
distance between you, blades flashing.
제발. 부담스러우니까. 더 룩. 아, 그 더 룩은 너무 심했나?
She
아이씨.
scolds you.
가차없네.
Ow.
아우.
What worthwhile romance doesn't hurt at least a little bit? What matters is that she likes us. She's even said as much.
뭐야, 보이스 오브 더 스미들이 새로 생겼는데? 보이스 오브 더 브로큰의 진화형인가? 홀딱바단 목소리네. 상처 없는 로맨스가 무슨 가치가 있냐 이러네. 야, 근데 그 상처도 어지간해. 아이, 좀 이게 약간의 상처냐? 좀 큰 상처 같은데. 이 정도 큰 상처는 로맨스 단계가 아니라고. 이건 중요한 건 이제 그녀가 우리를 좋아한다는 것이다. 이거를 좋아한다라고 해야 돼? 대체 이게 무슨 사랑이란 말인가?
Oh, a new one of us.
새로운 우리가 생겼어. 이번엔 진짜 목소리 많이 생겼다. 브로큰에, 스미트네, 뭐에 뭐 또
I thought that
생겼어.
only happens when we die. Did we die?
그러게, 죽을 때마다 새로 생겼었는데 이번엔 죽지도 않았는데 생겼어, 새 목소리가.
You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
나레이터는 이 상황을 좀 잘 파악이 안 되고 있다.
I think we're dead. And that's all we'll ever be. Dead, 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 dead. Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead.
좀 전에는 죽었을지 몰라도 지금은 죽은 상태가 아니다.
This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
뭔가 잘못됐어. 지금 나레이터가 뭔가 끔찍이 잘못됐다. 니들이 여기 몇 번이나 와봤냐? 나레이터는 몰라. 아무리 반복돼도. 나레이터에겐 늘 지금밖에 없어.
This is 4.
이번이 4번째야.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
나레이터는 이게 반복된다라는 생각을 못해 계속. 그냥 1회차에 끝나야 될 것 같은데 라는 생각만 하고 있어.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas and I love
아니,
that.
공주는 이걸 인지하고 있다. 야, 니들이 이제 다음에 뭘 할지 나 너무 궁금해. 니들 아이디어가 넘치는구나. 완전 좋아 이러네. 기대하고 있어. 다음엔 어떻게 어떤 선택과 어떤 상황이 펼쳐질까 공주도조차 기대하고 있는데.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances.
왜 이렇게 앞으로 가까이 다가오죠? 또 부담스럽게.
Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
How many we can stack? 이 안에 내면의 목소리를 얼마나 쌓을 수 있을지 보자는 건데, 목소리를 계속 쌓다 보면 공주를 능가할 때가 오지 않을까 이런 생각으로.
As long as we keep moving, we'll win her heart eventually.
그녀의 마음을 얻어내고 말 것이다.
Oh, great. So it's going to get even more crowded. Even more deluded voices that think we might stand any kind of chance.
계속 내면의 목소리가 분열하고 이제 더 생긴단 말이야. 반복할수록.
Come on, show me something new.
공주한테 새로운 걸 보여달라고 하고. 선택지가 있네. We are fighting obviously. You're going to a field. 아, 아까랑 같은 선택지인데 꼬신다만 지금 빠졌나? 그런가? We are going to let her stab us. 공주가 우리를 찌르게 둔 다음에 We are going to have a Steve upper lip about it. 안 아픈 척한다 하잖아 저런 거는. 안 아픈 척하면 아프지. 그녀를 우리를 상처 줄 수 없다. 이건 무슨 정신승리야 이건. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. 그녀의 고언에 호소해본다. It doesn't work and she kisses again and again and again and again. 통하지 않았다. 그녀는 당신을 죽이고 또 죽였다.
Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason. She skewers you. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. We just have to hit her harder.
아, 계속 죽을 때마다 목소리가 계속 생겼겠다. 이제 보이스 오브 더 스토번도 생기고.
She skewers you.
You'll have to be trickier than that.
그것보다 더 트리키여야 된다고?
Then you skewer
더
yourself.
교묘해야 되나? 심지어 자살도 하고.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
공주도 이해하고 있어. 공주는 이 판을 되게 잘 이해하고 있어. 어떤 원리를 돌아가는지.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Just panic! Flee!
보이스 오브 더 파라노이드.
She skewers you.
나레트 목소리는 왜 또 유독 이렇게 차분해졌지? 말 길게 안 하고.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
난 탈출할 수가 없다.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up.
보이스 오브 더 치닫으며 포기할 수 없다.
Okay, let's go again. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels.
어차피 죽을 테니까 느끼지 마라. 안 아픈 척.
She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one.
뭐야 이번엔 약간 칼 싸움의 승부가 됐나?
None of this is working. Think.
의심하는 회의하는 목소리. 이건 통하지 않아. 띵 생각해.
She skewers you. We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time.
뭔가 가까워지고 있어. 근데 사실 요게 지금 되게 짧은 순간으로 표현되고 있지만 오두막이 계속 간 거예요. 사실은 이 목소리 하나씩 더 추가하면서 오두막이 계속 가서 계속 죽고 있는 거지 지금. 그래서 지금 생략된 거예요. 그 부분이. 근데 사실은 계속 첫날 오두막으로 시작해서 계속 그걸 반복하고 있는 거지.
You're right. One last time, that's all we need. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 4. Mutually Assured Destruction. 사고
Oh,
확실한
don't lose your head.
파괴.
We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
이젠 하도 반복해갖고 나레이터 빼고는 이제 다 알고 있기 때문에 야야야 빨리 야 저기 생략하고 빨리 가자. 그냥 바로 그냥 생략해버리고 있어. 나레이터는 이제 모르지.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand. Ho-ho! What if? Throw it out the window. Over my dead body.
목소리끼리도 서로 좀 싸우고.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore. Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful
벌써부터 스미트는 야 어차피 아름다운 여자한테 죽는 게 제일 좋아 이러네. 아 이놈 위험한 놈이야. 제일 위험한 놈 중 하나에 아름다운 여자의 날카로운 손에 죽다니 영광이야 이런 애인데 이런 애도 있을 수 있어. 맞아.
Sure, I can think of a better way to die. Yeah, they're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything.
보이스부터 파라노이드.
The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is...
나레이터
How
역시
about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them.
나레이터도 당하고 있어. 어떻게 이렇게 애들이 많지? 목소리가. 그리고 너희들 도대체 몇 번째 왔지? 수십 수백 번이겠지. 근데 나레이터는 몰라. 나레이터에겐 지금이 처음인지. 나레이터는 리셋되니까 나머지 애들은 리셋이 안 돼.
Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
아예 나레이터라 그냥 야 나레이터 이러면서 우리는 영웅처럼 전진한다. 스타크로스 러버 견우와 직녀잖아.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know.
알아 나레이터.
Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along.
나레이터가 나레이션 울프려고 하니까 야 다 알아. 알았어. 그래 닥치고 빨리 생각해. 이러네. 웃기네 이거 진짜.
Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this.
야 내가 또 계단 뭐 방 이런 거 설명해야 되겠니? 이러네. 나레이터 약간 의기소침해졌다. 자기 역할에 축소되었고.
Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together.
공주 약간 이게 지금 계속 반복되고 있는데 그 전까지는 죽으면 바로 다시 왔는데 잠깐 조금 주저하고 왔더니 이번엔 내가 죽이는데 성공했나? 하도 많이 죽여갖고 그런 착각을 잠깐 했었다.
But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that.
얘는 즐기고 있어.
I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
잠깐 안 온 사이에 뭔가 준비했다.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait, and not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
보여주겠다. 나레이터. 나레이터 콧노래 부르지 마. 왜 이렇게 여유로워 나레이터는?
Are you gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
아, 나레이터 놀고 있었구나. 나레이터 웃기네 이거 진짜. 프로페셔널이라며. 그동안 나레이션을 계속 읽다가 이제 애들이 자꾸 갈구니까 야야 다 알아 이러니까 자기가 나레이션을 읊어야 될 부분에 그냥 콧노래 흥얼거리면서 놀고 있어갖고 지금 자기 대사 파트에서 대사를 못 쳤구나.
Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
나레이터가 다시 일을 하기 시작했어. 애들이 야 이래 새로운 뭐 표현을 묘사를 듣고 싶어. 그녀가 우리에게 준비했다는 걸 듣고 싶어라고 하니까 일하기 시작했다. 피부가 뒤틀리면서 뭔가 찢어지면서 뭔가가 나오고 있는데.
Comes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades.
다 칼날인데
Heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
칼날로 이루어진 뼈대 같은데 가슴에 심장이 하나 뛰고 있고.
Are you ready for what comes next?
아니 준비 안 됐는데.
Holy shit!
헐리 쉣.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine.
야, 미친놈아. 저 보이스 오브 더 스미트이 제일 미친놈 같아. 저 룩 때문에 태어나네. 오 고저스. 완전 끝내준다 그러네. 앱솔루트 디바인이래. 어떻게 된 거야 쟤는?
Yes, behold the perfect.
야 스토번 왜 너 맞아? 예스. 보라 완벽한 여자다 이러면. 우리 어떻게 된 거야?
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
그녀를 창문 밖으로 던져주면 안 될까? 보이스 오브 더 컨트라리안.
That looked painful.
아파 보이는데
How is she still alive?
어떻게 살아있는 걸까?
Heart's still beating. That's all she needs.
심장이 여전히 뛰고
This is
있고.
fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up.
이건 다 페이크야.
She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
이젠 등도 없는데 어떻게 백스텝을 하지?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
난 지금 존재하는 게 싫어.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
우리 망했어. 난 그만할래. 야 닥쳐. Empty your mind.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
다른 목소리를 다 잠재웠어. 나레이터 목소리만 남았네. 나레이터 목소리도 잠재운다. 우리 주인공이 나레이터는 아니야 확실히.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
얘도 달라짐을 느꼈는데. 가시나무? 내 속엔 내가 너무도 많아. 당신이 쉴 곳 없네. 아 그래 쉴 곳이 없다. 이렇게 칼날밖에 없어. 행동을 하지 않았는데 그 인액션 행동하지 않음으로 통해서 내 몸이 스스로 움직이기 시작했어. 공주가 나를 찌르려고 하는데 마지막 막타를 치려고 하는데 내 몸이 이미 움직여 버렸어. 스스로.
You're incredible.
성장했나? 노송모의 가시나무라니. 신성모독이다. 시인과 촌장이 원조입니다. 가시나무. 아시겠지만. 아, 생각과 자아에서 자유로워지고 나니까 상대가 된다. 리듬을 타면서 칼 상대가 되고 있는 것 같은데. 이거 완전 다크소울이잖아. 다크소울에서 보스전 할 때 죽고 또 죽다 보면은 생각이 비어지고 더 이상 그 무아지경에 빠지면서 그냥 몸이 알아서 리듬을 타고 나면 어느샌가 보스를 잡게 되는 이 모든 여정은 다크소울을 형상화한 거였나? 저 공주는 말레니아야? 이젠 댄스만이 남았어. 흐름만이 남았어. 둘 사이에. 더 플레이에 깊이 들어갈수록 심장이 더 빨라지고 심장박동이 빨라지고 보스전 이기기 전에 심장박동 빨라지는 거지. 서로의 의지와 무관하게 서로 무아지경으로 칼을 나누다가 서로 치명타를 날렸는데 둘 다 동시에. 그래서 둘 다 살아남지 못했고, 근데 둘 다 다음에 올 일을 두려워하지 않았다. 이것은 좋은 엔딩이다. 둘에게. 그리고 다시 침묵의 세계로 들어가겠지. 만사를 보면 요번에 거울에 비치는 건 언레이블드라고 돼 있는데 매번 선택에 따라 나오는 묘사가 다른단 말이야. 흐트러졌다. 흐트러진 자다. 흐트러졌다. 다시 롱콰이어트로 들어왔어.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
롱콰이어트 이 영원한 벽 바깥에도 세계가 있어. 그걸 아는 것이 우리에게 무슨 의미일까?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
저기 있는 것이 다 실제일까? 우리도 실제하는 걸까?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Nothing. 우리는 진짜가 맞다. 존재한다. 없다라는 것은 뭔가의 부재라는 생각에 기반해 있는데 근데 무라는 건 그 자체는 존재할 수가 없다. 유가 있어야 무가 있으니까. 바로 그 이유로 무는 존재하지 않는다. 이거 완전 해겔 대논리학 그 첫 번째 나오는 얘기 아니야 이거? 이번 베슬에 대한 생각은 뭐니?
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart.
그녀는 날카롭고 고집스러운 생각을 갖고 있다. 잔혹하지만 즐거움을 갖고 있고 그것이 인도미너블 불굴의 심장을 위해서 그렇게 했다. 불굴의 심장을 만들었다.
Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
너가 각성하게 되면 무슨 일이 벌어지니?
If I did, I would already be awake.
이게 가장 궁금한 질문 중에 하나네. 너가 나를 다시 돌려보내면 그때 난 혼자가 아니야. 여러 목소리가 함께 가지. 그중 일부는 나고. 근데 그중 딱 하나만 다른 애들과 달라. 그게 바로 나레이터야. 이 나레이터는 널 죽이길 원해. 나레이터가 공주를 죽여야 된다고 했을 때 진짜 의도한 건 이 영원한 침묵 속의 이 존재인 것 같다. 네가 나레이터를 가지고 있니? 그 베슬에 그게 있니?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
유어 나레이터. 너의 나레이터가 이 공간 너머에 살고 있다 생각하는 거니? 그 공간 너머에 있어. 존재해. 이유는 모르겠지만.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
내가 지금 각성의 경계에 와 있고 너 자신도 너 스스로의 존재가 되는 그 순간에 와 있다. 어쩌면 그런 것 같다. 쟤는 나에게 자유의지를 줬고 선택할 수 있는 힘을 줬고 그것이 나의 임무고 삶을 체험하는 게 나의 임무고 얘의 임무는 그 내가 체험한 걸 가져오는 거를 기쁘게 받아들이고 자각하게 되는 거, 어웨이크닝 하게 되는 게 얘의 임무고.
One, whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
이제 베슬이 하나만 더 있으면 된다. 다음에 가져올 거 하나면 충분하다. 그러면 그 중력으로 나머지 것들을 끌어들일 것이다. 그때 이제 단일한 존재가 된다. 싱귤러가 된다. 최후의 다 일자가 된다네. 최후의 다자가 바로 일자야. 싱귤러.
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
보고 싶은 건 그냥 이 모든 실이 그려졌을 때 너가 어떤 선택을 하느냐. 난 그저 그냥 너의 선택을 보고 싶을 뿐이다. 내가 원하는 건. 이 교류가 이미 선물이다. 이런 건데. 이게 만약에 너의 완성전의 마지막 단계면 나는 돌아가지 않겠다. 여기 있겠다. 이렇게 될 순 없겠지.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
아, 이거면 이제 게임 밖으로 튕긴다. 튕긴다기보다 게임이 끝난다. 게임이 끝나는 것이 말하자면 이 영원의 세계 속에서 계속 기다리고 있는 거가 되지. 웨이트하면 이제 바로 게임이 종료된다. 이 게임에서 가장 쿨한 메카닉 중 하나. 그리고 다시 게임을 켜면 돌아왔니? 너에겐 얼마의 시간이 지난지 모르겠지만 나에게는 바로 찰나의 시간밖에 안 지났다라고 말을 한대지. 아직 기다리지 마. 시청자분 중에 한 분께서 이 방송의 과거 버전을 보고 계신 것 같은데 지금 과거 시간대에서 이것도 되게 메타적이네.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
다음에 보게 되면 우리 모두 마침내 우리가 무엇인지 알게 될 것이다.
I will be here, waiting for you.
다시 한번.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
반갑다 나레이터. 이제 정들겠다.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
Thank you.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade is your implement.
다들 갖고 가.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
나레이터는 왜 공주를 죽여야만 자기 세상이 구원된다 여기는 걸까 이거.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
칼을
It's almost as
영
if she's the
목소리
one in
들리네.
charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
웬만한 선택은 다 했었던 것 같은데.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
드랍잇도 한번 해봤었지. 근데 어차피 드랍잇 한 다음에 다시 칼을 주우러 갈 수도 있어. 이번엔 타이튼 요 그립을 하지 뭐.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. You go into this expecting to die, you're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other? Then I'm not talking to you.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back.
The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
눈싸움 중.
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
칼 내려봐.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. Do you?
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
너 일종의 몬스터인 거 맞던데?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
이건 맨 처음에 봤던 다 대사인데.
They haven't told you anything, have they? At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world. But they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the...
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, but you don't really know me, do you?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all... So do you trust me?
She's wrong.
Oh? Have you decided what...
You know why...
Keep her locked away.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
그냥 가준다 쪽으로 가볼까? 왜냐면 슬레이드 프린세스도 해봤고 알렌다도 해봤으니까.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
내가 여기 나와 감시한다고?
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
내로 간다. 그냥 가도.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
이게 더 무섭다.
It's not like this little door I'll hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. You are a monster. 이근더워야 하는 거 어떻을리. 무시하고 자러 간다.
Just ignore it. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
탈출했나?
Where is she?
어디 갔어?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest.
얘가 가까이 다가올수록
You have seconds.
장기가 하나씩 멈췄네.
I'd say better luck next time, But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And you die. Chapter 2, The Nightmare. 앨런 웨이크보다 무서운데요? 맞아요.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
앨런 웨이크 2가 그냥 커피면 이 게임은 TOP인데 거의.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Shh! What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all.
역시 잘 모르고 있는 나레이터. 반복됐다는 걸.
A warning. She will lie.
I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
가뒀던 이후로 그냥 문이 열려있네, 아예.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if
다른
you want to do
땅바닥에
this right.
떨어져 있고.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it. You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
이거 뭐지?
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
거를 모르는 나레이터. 이게 무슨 뭐를 상징하는 걸까? 거를 못 본다라는 게.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
I want to see how handsome I am.
Walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
I hope you... Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it.
이상하다. 항상 이래. 거울에 손을 대보려고 하면 거울이 없어져.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something
I don't know. Better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
눈들이 계속 보이고 있어.
Her cruel and playful voice.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us. It can't be that hard, but then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
아, 이게 또 선택지가 묘하네. 계단 사이에 공허 속으로 떨어진다가 있어? 왜 있지?
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
절개가 있네.
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
I'm going to find you. Go left, go right, do nothing. Go back the way you came. Left.
You turn to the left, a faintly outlined...
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
아, 이거 갈수록 무섭게 생겨.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly
다시
go
다리가
numb.
안 움직인다 이거.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
팔을 괜히 갖고 왔다.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
아직은 죽지 않았어.
Lungs, liver, nerves. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
나를 파라노이드의 역할로 잠깐 다시 장기가 떴으나
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want? Or do you want to interrupt me some more?
보이스부터 파라노이드가 한 역할
You
하네.
have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver.
파라노이드가 왜 이렇게 각 장기를 열심히 돌아가면서 불렀나 했더니 다시 작동하게 하는구나. 저렇게 깨우는구나.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Because I don't want to, and even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now, and I'm enjoying the show.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you die, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs,
잘한다,
liver,
파라노이드.
nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop! Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
One moment,
liver,
and then you're
nerves,
gone.
heart, lungs,
Just
liver,
like
nerves, heart,
that.
lungs, liver, nerves,
나레이터 너희는 화이팅!
Ah, and there's the fear.
nerves, heart. She pulls away. Nerves,
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
I know. You told me last time. Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance. I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it. I'm going to make it afraid, just like I've made you afraid. The world needs fear, doesn't it? Every terror outpouring would make the good times so much better. Well, I'm practically doing a public good. So what harm is there really in letting me out?
세상은 공포가 필요하다. 내가 공포를 가져올 때마다 세상이 오히려 더 좋아진다. 공공의 선을 위해서 하는 일이다. 그러니 왜 내가 나간다고 해서 무슨 해가 있겠느냐. 공포구나 얘가. 공포의 형상화. 매번 공포를 다른 관점으로 경험한 다음에 긴 침묵의 존재에게 가져가는데 그럴 때마다 그 긴 침묵의 존재도 어웨이크닝에 가까워지고 그 경험을 통해서 내가 가져온 경험을 통해서 주인공도 점점 자기 자신에 가까워지고
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then...
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can move without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
오두막에서 나갈 수 없는 오두막에 갇힌 공포. 그걸 계속 경험해야 되는 주인공. 공포. 공주가 살아남으면 내 세상에 종말이 온다는 나레이터. 거를 인지하지 못하는 나라.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
And everyone dies eventually. They're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then those things get to become a new everybody. Just to come apart all over again. All I want is to be there for it. I want to watch it happen. And maybe do a little unwinding myself. Is that really so much to ask?
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
우리 파라노이아는 마치 밑밭 하나로 의식을 뜨는 그런 셈이야. 몸의 부위별로 의식을 옮기면서.
I am what I am. And right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer to me.
He raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin.
비갱 좀 그만하실래요? 공주님.
But she withdraws, sparing you another momentary glimpse of death.
슬레이드 프린세스.
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it.
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Can she? We've already seen how she can change. Heart, lungs, liver.
와 파라노이드. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground, unmoving. Oh. I can stop now, can't I?
그래 파라노이드 좀 쉬어.
I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right? But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us. It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
아 이게 악몽의 구조물이 공주가 통제하는 영역에서 공주가 죽는 바람에 우리도 같이 갇혔어? 영원히.
No. Oh no 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 no. Oh no, I hate this. Time passes.
시간이 또 영겁의 세월이
Forever's
흐르겠구만.
gonna end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end.
영원의 끝이 없어.
I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. Does it? What do you mean? We still have a way out, clutched in our hands. Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be
자살하자고.
dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that.
나레이터는 공주만 죽이면 이미 세상은 구원된 거라 생각한단 말이야.
You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you
실제는 그렇지가 않아.
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
나는 모든 생명을 같이 여긴다. 특히 너희들.
Why? What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that. Again? That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once. I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you? Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. and mine.
나레이터는 뭔가를 아는데 또 다른 목소리는 모르는 걸 아는데 근데 윤회하는 건 유독 몰라.
She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time? I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject. No. Still no.
비밀 안 얘기해주네.
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do. The narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. I can. The narrator continues. Oh, you could do a lot better than us. Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time. That's a grim thought, innit? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature. We don't have to starve to death. You have. I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't. Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest. Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely. Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely. You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it? I don't like this, but I suppose there's not much I can do to stop you, is there? You raise the blade to your neck and slit your carotid artery. Here we go. You'd better get this right next time, do you hear me? Don't blow it. Everything goes dark, and you die.
1차 3 The Race. No.
You're on a path in the wood. Shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Yes, so it does. No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably all... Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would... Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we... All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're... This place feels a bit different, though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but... That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means... I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job.
나레이터는 공주의 퍼져가는 영향력에 대해서 뭔가 좀 아는 눈치인데.
Great. Let's... Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences. So, yes, I'm the same me, but I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves. But he's asking. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I said... You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
너에겐 자유의지가 있다.
Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them. On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that... You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense. Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. It sounds like somebody's about to crack. The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains bill. The only furniture of note is... That's strange.
나레이터는 왜 이런 데서 당황하지? 하긴 준비된 뭐가 있는데 그거랑 달라진 곳에 당황한단 말이야. 나레이터는.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
나레이터는 여기서 뭐가 세팅되어 있어야 되는지를 늘 알고 있어.
Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time? I suppose the only way to go is forward. If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to... Are you saying there isn't a door? Are you saying that at the end of the hallway... You didn't say door. No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty... Let me assure you that there's nothing there. You slowly... Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I had no... You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of... I hate that I know what's about to happen. You reach your arm forward. Oh, that was a close one.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts. Bones snap.
뭐야 이거? 뼈가 왜 부러져?
Icy pain radiates up from the break, the deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
밑에서 잡아서 뼈를 부러뜨렸어?
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me. So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us. And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt.
Then turn off the part of you that feels things. Oh, like it's that easy? It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you could accept that pain hurts. Yes, that's what it...
Do we need to explain to you?
You need to
It did hurt me. Twice even. I think you forgot something. Like the part where all this started when you left me to languish in a pit all by myself. Now it becomes something so much worse. And it's all thanks to you. If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is far behind us.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine? Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough. Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Oh.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. It's rather rude to show up in somebody else's body and... We were gonna let you out of here. That's the whole reason we marched all the way back up to the cabin. Were we? I was.
I know you were, but you were going to do it for the wrong reason.
And what reasons are those supposed to be? Nobody should be able to be judged.
Weren't you all of those things for me? I can grasp the shape of everything you think and feel. You think you are numb, but you are hopeless and paranoid. You are afraid of me. And I don't feel regret, even in the recesses of your soul. There is not a drop of sympathy to be found.
We weren't always like this. We are.
All I'm doing is reaping what you've sown.
나는 너희들이 심은 것을 거둘 뿐이다. 너희들에겐 동정심이 없었다. 지하에 영원히 가두려던 시도에 대해서 그렇게 얘기하는 건데
We don't have to let her out. I've been storing up a little bit of will since she forced her way in here. Take it and
You wouldn't dare. Move now.
your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss. Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. We're putting in everything we have. You're not. You're thinking too much about how she's hurting us. You're thinking too much about your body.
Yes, it's just a body now. But I can make it do so many terrible things.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then you throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
의지력을 발휘해 어비스로 뛰어들은 거구나. 아마타야 공주랑 영원히 갇혀있을 뻔했는데.
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall.
웃어?
We did it! We actually did it! Yes, we've really shown them all, haven't we? I don't think this qualifies as saving. Oh, but at least you didn't ruin it. What happens now? I want to know what he thinks happens now. Why? What do you know that you're not telling us?
나레이터가 사라졌어 지금? 어디 갔어? 멍청한 놈. 좋아. 그 존재가 나왔다. 이게 마지막이다 이제. 마지막 배슬로 데려갔어.
She's gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it?
어? You are nothing at all. 아무것도 안 비치네 이번엔. But you can't be nothing. 무일 수가 없는데. Refocus again, and then you see a figure fainting, veiled in shadow. 희미하게 뭐가 보이긴 하는데 까마귀 같은 형상이 희미하게 보이는 건가? Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
나레이터? 우리 거리 껴져 있어. 거울 쪽에 산산이 부서졌고
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
너의 칼을 인도할 객관적인 목소리가 필요했다. 그러니까 나의 도움이 필요했다. 근데 너는 나를 보는 게 허락되지 않았다. 보게 되지 않았었다. 나를 보게 되는 지점까지 왔으면 얼마나 많은 세계를 돈 거야.
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
에코다. 모든 질문을 다 해볼 수가 없는데.
Of course, that is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore. I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
바깥에 있는 사람들은 실지 않다.
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you. No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is? Perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial.
알고 있었구나, 나레이터 윤회를.
I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
반드시 아무리 반복되는 삶이라도 그것이 첫 인생이라고 확신하게 해줘야 됐단 말이지.
For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right. You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her and rid the world of death and suffering.
주인공이 롱 콰이어트, 긴 침묵이었구나. 나레이터가 만든 공주에게 누군가 파괴가 있고
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
이제 지문이 하나밖에 안 남았어. 공주를 파괴할게.
Are you lying? I can't tell. But I've said my piece, and my time's up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
내가 바로 론콰이어트였구나. 막 광활하고 이제 막 생성 중인 신. 이제 여러 인생을 통해서 여러 선택을 통해서 굉장히 다양한 관점을 얻었기 때문에 이제 깨어날 때다. 이 모든 것이 바로 나였어. 이전에 여기서 나누던 대화는 나와 나 자신이 나눈 대화였어. 이건 베슬들.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind. Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
나와 나의 대가 아니구나. 예. 여기 론콰이어트에서 나누는 대화의 상대방은 공주의 의식이었구나.
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
나는 리액팅, 반응할 뿐이다.
When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
에코가 두 부분을 나눴어. 하나는 선택을 하는 자로, 하나는 그 선택에 반응하는 자로.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
인생의 한 축인 죽음, 나를 파괴해서 죽음을 없앨 것이냐. 그래서 의미의 가능성마저 없앨 것이냐, 아니면 나를 다시 해방시킬 것이냐.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp, but violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you,
Flesh is a vehicle, and to destroy the flesh is to strand the spirit. With violence you stranded me, and with violence I sought to twist your flesh back into mine. But forced between choosing your death and forfeiting your body, you chose agency. But agency requires action, and action requires endless tapestry of events. In your final moments would you remove
I know what I am, but I do not know what I am not. If a world without me is so unknown, then how can you be so sure you want to create it?
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts or not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead and alive and dead all at once. You learn to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality, and you used it to rise above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you. I love you. It's magnificent. Everything, just like it always has been, and just like it always will be.
대화 노 엔딩스 도전과제 달성. 약간 그 힌두교 철학 같은 게임이에요. 아니 공주를 죽인다라는 스토리가 완전 그 스케일이 우주적이네. 코스믹 호러 같은 느낌으로 뻗어나가다. 엔딩이 되게 여러 개인가 보다. 이 작은 공간에서 공주 하나로 시작해서 반향이라는 그 에코가 이제 나레이터인데, 그 반향이라는 건 뭔가 그 죽음, 뭐 파괴 이런 거에 대한 공포를 통해서 어떤 형성하는 어떤 힘 같은 건데, 그 반향이 이제 계속 모이다가 그거를 대항하는 힘으로써 어떤 영원한 침묵이라는 이름의, 아니 그 조용한 공간, 조용한 침묵, 영원한 침묵이라는 이름의 우리 그 어떤 존재를 만들어냈어. 그러니까 반향은 하나의 원리 같은 거, 원리. 근데 우리 주인공은 이제 막 이제 태생하는 신 같은 거고, 거기에 이제 자유의지가 부여받아 있고 행동하는 자, 그래서 선택을 통해서 매번 그 죽음을 어떻게 경험하느냐에 따라서 뭔가 새로운 목소리가 들리고 새로운 관점으로, 그걸 통해서 이제 그 공주 쪽도 그 선택을 따라서 계속 공주의 여러 버전을 얻게 되고 여러 관점을. 나레이터가 그렇게 이제 거의 뭐 영겁의 세월을 동안 삶을 체험하면서 결국 그 각성의 단계, 궁극의 신의 단계에 도달하는 건데, 다른 목소리들은 이제 그걸 통해서 이게 뭔가 반복되는 걸 알았는데, 나레이터는 늘 이게 처음이라고 얘기한단 말이에요. 그 이유는 윤회를 아는 게 허락되지 않아서, 그 이게 처음이라는 것이라고 매번 인식을 해야, 이게 한 번이고 유일하다고 인식을 해야 진지하게 임하니까, 지금 이 주어진 선택에서 이것이 마지막인 것처럼 선택할 테니까. 그 다음에 거울을 전혀 인식하지 못했던 거는 그 나레이터, 그러니까 그 배우의 그 배우의 힘을 보는 게 허락되지 않았기 때문에, 역시 자기 자신이 이제 이런 하나의 이제 신으로 도달하고 있는 과정이 있다라는 거, 그리고 그게 나레이터가 하나의 인도하는 원리로서 존재한다는 거, 그것을 그 과정 속에서는 아는 게 허락되지 않았기 때문에 유독 나레이터만 거울을 인지하지 못하고 거울만 보려고 하면 거울이 사라지게 하는, 마지막 단계에 이르러서야 최종 합일의 단계, 완전히 그 어웨이크닝, 완전한 각성의 단계, 그래서 완전히 이제 자기 자신이 되는 단계에 이르기 전까지는 거울이 보는 게 허락되지 않고, 그리고 윤회의 존재를 인정하는 것도 허락되지 않는, 그런 시스템이군요. 그 마지막 이 게임에서는 근데 그 마지막에서 그 공주로 표현되는 어떤 부정적인 것들, 죽음이라는 거, 뭐 고통이라는 거, 그것을 어떻게 할 것이냐, 그와 나레이터가 부탁했던 대로 그것을 죽여본, 그걸 없앤 세상을 시도해볼 것이냐. 근데 공주도 몰라. 그게 없는 세상이 어떻게 되는지. 아니면 그냥 같이 합의를 해서 세상을 시도해보느냐. 지금 제가 얻은 엔딩은 서로 합의를 해서 다시 무한의 세계가 같이 펼쳐지는 쪽으로 엔딩이 났던 것 같고, 마지막에 이제 그런 선택지리, 공주를 죽인다라는 의미가 굉장히 커다란 의미를 갖는, 공주를 죽이느냐 살리느냐, 그냥 어디 왕국에 공주 하나 납치돼서 걔를 살리느냐 죽이느냐 문제가 아니었어. 굉장히 크게 뻗어나가는 얘기를 담고 있었네요. 근데 안에 나레이터의 그 연기가 굉장히 훌륭하고, 안에 뭐 이게 뭐 되게 막 심오하게 철학적인 얘기를 막 던지면서 이렇게 얘기가 전개된다기보다 중간중간에 되게 깜짝 놀래키고, 때로는 좀 웃기고 때로는 코믹하고, 긴장감을 유지하면서 매번 선택에 따라서 이게 어떻게 달라지는지 보는 재미가 있게, 그리고 나레이터와 그 공주를 어떻게 대할 것인지, 그 공주를 어떻게 처리하는지, 그 오두막에서 내가 어떻게 행동했느냐에 따라서 나의 그 새로운 그 경험을 통해서 새로운 자아가 계속 생기기 때문에, 그 새로운 자아가 다시 멘트하고 코멘트하고 또 서로 상호작용하는 게 아주 볼만했어요. 또 재밌고. 근데 그렇게 이미 그 미시적 세계지, 오두막이라는 미시적 세계에서 벌어진 일이 이제 나중에 거시적으로 아주 큰 우주적 함의를 담고 있다는 게 이제 뭐 뒤에 드러나고, 생각보다 괜찮네요 게임이. 이런 아이디어를 또 시도했다는 게 재밌고, 이 정도 스토리를 시도하기가 쉽지 않았을 것 같은데 되게 잘 하는 것 같아. 좀 거대하고 아주 우주적인, 코스믹 호러적인 분위기가 있는데, 그거를 아주 작은 오두막 공간에서 공주를 죽인다라는 아주 작은 사건으로 딱 담아서 그걸 반복해서 그 마지막에 끝에 도달하게 한다. 뭐 괜찮은 아이디어 같고, 미스터리가 잘 유지됐던 것 같고, 마지막 엔딩도 그냥 뭐 대충 뭐 공주를 죽이는 미스터리는 뭐 나도 모름 뭐 그냥 이런 게 아니라, 그냥 하나의 기믹 같은 게 아니라 나름의 큰 그림 속에 배치되어 있다는 걸 보여주면서, 개발진이 나름의 결론까지 플레이어가 선택할 수 있는 결론을, 완결된 결론을 제시하려고 했다는 점에서 품질이 되게 좋은 아주 괜찮은 게임인 것 같아요. 저는 뭐 높게 평가하고 싶습니다. 새로운 시도를 했어요. 호러 게임인데 그냥 단순히 우리를 깜짝 놀라게 하고 뭐 그냥 단순히 어떤 재밌는 기믹 하나를 보여주려는 게임은 아니에요. 그것만 있었어도 재밌었을 것 같아. 근데 그것만 있었어도 즐겁게 할 수 있었을 게임 같은데, 그거를 밑바탕에 의미의 연결망으로 이렇게 연결해서 좀 생각도 해볼 수 있게 만들었다는 점에서 잘 만들었어요. 하나의 추상화된 존재죠. 우리 공주도 우리 주인공도 어떤 의식의 발전 단계를 보여주는 의인화된 존재들인 거죠. 그걸 호러 게임으로 풀생을 했다. 이 개발자들이 아이디어가 굉장히 반짝이는 것 같고, 스토리를 엮어내는 능력이 있는 것 같습니다. 게임에 이런 게임이 나온다는 것부터가 이 게임계에 아주 이미 벌써 참 훌륭한 예술가들, 훌륭한 창작자들이 유입되고 있다는 증거가 아닌가 싶어요. 신선하네요. 신선하고 안에 들어간 그 내공도 상당하고 게임기의 미래는 밝아요. 아, 뭐 되게 가볍게 하려고 시작한 게임인데 재밌겠습니다. 생각할 여지도 있고. 그리고 이제 게임 엔딩 게임 중간에 게임을 끄게 됐을 때 다시 또 켜는 과정에서 그것을 게임 안에서 코멘트하는 방식은 제가 게임하면서 게임 역사에서 가장 인상적인 습관 중 하나였네. 희한한 것도. 나레이션이나 뭐 나레이터의 느낌이 옛날에 스탠리 패러블이 생각나기도 하고 약간 그런 게임 한다는 것의 의미를 메타적으로 묻던 게임. 근데 이거는 의식의 진화나 뭐 힘과 인간의 그런 의미에 대해서 약간 메타적으로 묻는 나레이터를 통해서 그러다 보니 되게 또 오늘도 늦게 자게 되네요. 벌써 새벽 1시 반이네. 오늘도 시청해주셔서 고맙습니다. 영어라서 다 하나도 사실 도저히 이해할 수 없는 방송이었겠지만 그래도 의리로 방송 편해주신 분들 모두 감사합니다. 다들 안녕히 주무시고 내일도 즐거운 하루 보내세요. 지금까지 모험러였습니다. 안녕히 계세요.